There it goes. We're live. Nice. What's up? How's everyone? How's your week?
Pretty good. We're having technical difficulties, but we were able to get the show up, so that's good. So I just had a slight brown up right before the show started, and my computer came back up quickly because I got the SSD in and did the upgrade. But what's it called? My internet's still down because Comcast. It's Comcastic today.
Mm. Your audio sounds different, and you're sitting in a different spot.
Yes, because my computer's my laptop's literally on top of my desktop because I'm not gonna connect my desktop to my my cellular thing right now. I'm gonna wait till my till Comcast gets it together. Let me just go and I'm gonna fix the tiles real quick, then I go down and try to get my main internet back up. Wait, no, it's back up now. I'm gonna switch yeah, it's back up. I'm gonna switch devices soon.
Why does your voice sound higher, Hank?
Because I'm using the AirPod instead of my microphone set because it's connected to the other computer, the desktop.
Oh. Sweet. All right. How was your week, Annie?
Really good. I am having a good few days in terms of my hormones, so I feel good. And I rearranged my whole office, and I did it all by myself. I didn't ask Russ for help with anything. And I had to do some hard things, like moving things and, using tools. And I rearranged the whole space. And I didn't need any help. The only thing I don't need help with it, but he always does it for me, is connect all the lines back into the receiver for the sound system, because I just hate doing that.
Right.
So he's going to do it for me.
Sweet. How's it look? How's your office?
I mean, there's, it's 500 square feet, and I've been here for 16 years. It has been in like every imaginable iteration. Like I've had, and I get these wild hairs where I just need a fresh situation. So I made it more functional for Hazel being over here while I'm sewing, and I'm trying to teach her to let me do some yoga and stuff. Because the other day I had her over here and I was doing a plank, and she jumped on my back when I was doing a plank.
I've seen a lot of videos of dogs doing that for some reason. They like to do that.
Well, I'm not fit enough at this point to have an extra 30 pounds standing on my back.
I've also seen videos where goats do that.
Goats, yeah. So yeah, I just and my desk is farther away from the stove because I in the winter the heat from the stove is like in my face, and so now I'm set farther back, and I like it. I think it's gonna be. I'm excited for fall and winter to just be over here and have like a little sanctuary and do some creative stuff.
Sweet.
Yeah, and it just feels good to like get into the SI and update the systems. Every once in a while the systems need to be improved.
Yeah.
So it's good.
And what about Comcast? You have to deal with them?
Comcast?
Yeah.
We have Comcast, but Russ deals with that, and he pays for it, and the signal reaches over here to my office just fine.
Sweet.
So yeah, we just have really good internet next door. We have really good speed and all that. But how about you? Did you visit with your son?
Yeah, he came. Wow, he's annoying.
Oh.
Yeah.
So is he annoying because you're not so much in charge of disciplining him, and he has
no, he's just always needs to be occupied with something, and if he's not occupied with something, he'll start whining and making a mess.
Sounds like Hazel.
Yeah. Yeah, he loses the quiet game all the time. Just doesn't happen. Yeah. But yeah, he's cute. Took him to the sea a couple times. Playground, all that stuff.
So are you going back to the base now?
No, I was just there for a little bit. I'm like not really showing up this week because of that. So I want to like show up a little bit. They made me
Yeah.
in charge of like soldiers, so I have a little bit more freedom to come and go, but still like I should still show my face, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we're having a heat wave too. So I wonder how Angel's doing. I know he was complaining before, and yesterday it was like some parts of town were 109, like the urban areas where all the
Yeah.
concrete is, and at our house it was 102.
It's rough.
Yeah. It's kind of exciting. It only happens once a year, really. So we just kind of enjoy it. Yeah.
What's going on in politics there? How's your healthcare?
I mean, I'm somewhat protected at least for month
now.
for some months because I'm in Oregon. So
Right.
we have like, safety nets, but I don't know. Yeah, stuff is changing. A lot of rural hospitals are out of funding and clinics are shut down. DC is being militarized. So that's the big news.
What is that about? Why is DC getting militarized?
Well, a lot of it is just like fake news, like saying
Like martial law?
yeah, yeah, in DC. And like the plan is Trump wants to do it in all major cities, but legally I don't know if he can. He can do it legally in DC, but there's a lot of fake stuff, like a fake rhetoric, like saying, there's criminals in the streets, they'll just spit in your face, and there's hoodlums running around everywhere. But then like the people who live in DC are saying like actually crime is better than ever, and it's there's less crime, and they're just sort of painting this picture that there's murderers and rapists running around everywhere all over DC, and so therefore they need martial law.
Yeah, it's funny because like all of the left was predicting that Trump was going to do that.
I'm not surprised. I mean, I'm not surprised that this is happening. I mean, it was known that was a plan, that was a desire.
Part of Project 2025.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm not surprised because I mean, it was already like documented that was, something that was desired by the right, according to that plan.
So what's the next step?
I mean, well, I guess trying to do that in other cities. I don't know. I don't know, but
all right, okay, you do that. You do that. What's the end game? What's the point of it?
Fear and control, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's the power more 4 more years or something.
If you look, it's also happening with ICE, like that they're in plain clothes and they're wearing masks, and so there was a story about I mean there's a whole bunch of stories, but a graduate student who was here had papers to be here, and she was female, and was approached by plainclothes men and taken and put into a holding facility. And it's like this rapid detention, so they put you in a detention facility first and then sort it out later, and you're sort of stuck there. But she thought she was being kidnapped because they had masks on and plain clothes,
Yeah, that's sketchy. That's shady.
Well, that's happening a lot. And people that, they've gone through all the due process and they're allowed to be here, and they're going to their meeting, their hearing that they're supposed to, because you have to be responsible and go to all those meetings. And then when they go to that meeting, then they're put into a detention facility without due process. And then they deal with the process later. So they're just sort of stuck there. And they're just people that followed the rules. They followed the rules that they were supposed to follow. Another thing that's happening is recruiting. They made so there's no age limit to join ICE. So you
Wow.
literally be 16 years old. And I saw this commercial thing. I hope this isn't real, but it was like the ultimate father-son bonding experience. Join ICE together and go get all the bad guys.
Wow.
But the issue is that a good portion of them are not bad guys. They're just, they're being profiled for sure.
That's right. Yeah.
So there's a guy who just, born here, legal, and he was going to work on a work crew and he was speaking Spanish, as some people do, even people who are born here. And, he got put into detention and he was just totally an American citizen who happened to be speaking Spanish. So
Wow.
there's a whole bunch of stories like that. So like, I'm sure that they have these quotas, they promised we're going to deport 2 million people. And so they're just grabbing whoever, and so a lot of like innocent people are getting caught up in that. But I think really the plain clothes and the wearing the mask is shady. And they're because of Doge, they, are defunding all these departments and reorganizing them. And they've got people like from the IRS on the ICE team. They're like, okay, IRS guy, you're on the ICE team now, and it's just, it's pretty crazy. It's just pretty like a scatter shot approach.
Yeah, it sounds like they're trying to, like you said, make quotas.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to prove results or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a recipe for a mess. Yeah. A lot of people are going to get stuck in between sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Well, don't speak Spanish in public.
No, I canceled my Duolingo. I don't want to be a target.
There you go. So is there recourse if you get detained by accident like that?
I mean, there are like lawyers that are working pro bono, but it's like you're institutionalized first, and then maybe it's months of paperwork and a lot of them it's a rapid deportation where we take you, we put you on a plane, you're gone. So then how do you get back if you've been rapidly deported to another country?
Another plane?
I mean, if you can, and they ship you off to El Salvador, how are you going to get back?
I think I'm roboting.
You're frozen.
So it's under the government security. They think there's a whole bunch of dangerous people, and they're just collateral damage too.
Yeah. So, yeah. But they're sort of being hyperbolic about like, saying like these are all rapists and criminals and very, very bad guys. You know how Trump talks. These are bad guys. They'll spit in your face. Very bad guys.
Right.
And sort of kind of playing to the fear. Certain people fear that there are bad guys, and I'm sure there are, but just over amplifying that and kind of cultivating this like terror of anyone who looks different and speaks a different language.
And I mean, I guess like this kind of thing is going to end up happening eventually in other countries, I think too. Because I don't think it's sustainable, the model they have. There seem to be a lot of people getting it. Like, there is a problem in the US. Like, there was, you will admit that, right? There was a problem in this?
Yes.
But it's really, really, it's really deep. It's really deep and complicated also because we are using those people for labor,
Hey, bad apple media.
So the whole system is kind of, so like untangling it, fixing it all is a very complicated problem.
But there were like dangerous people there that shouldn't have been there.
Yeah, sure. Just like anywhere, there's bad guys anywhere.
Okay.
Hi,
what do you
Dirty.
think, buddy?
What's happening, man? What's going on, Hank?
Oh yeah, so I do a panel with Benjamin Sardick every week. I need to remove my other self from the panel because it's gonna waste a spot. But, please hold. So probably couldn't this.
What's your story? Where are you from?
Oh, I'm from the Detroit area. Hank knows who I am. Hank's familiar with me.
Yes, I am. I am familiar with him.
Introduce me, Hank.
Yes, he's one of people Officer Snaps annoyed, and he's so he that's
Oh.
how I met him.
I'm currently facing criminal charges wearing a tether because of Snaps bullshit.
What?
I'm
How does that
wearing a
work?
tether. I'm wearing a tether right here.
Are you serious?
You think I'm kidding?
So what
No, but
happened?
Snap has been stalking me and harassing me and threatening me to red flag law me for the last 2 to 3 years. While I'm doing a live stream actually on April 30th, just a few months ago, I'm bothering nobody, minding my own business, dealing with a totally different topic. Snaps can't get into my chat stream because I have him blocked with all of his multiple accounts. And the only alternative for him to reach out to me is through my cell phone. And he calls me on my cell phone from an anonymous number. And I answered it, and it was him. He started threatening me, or not threatening me, but he started telling me, oh, you're a sellout, you're a traitor. The typical bullshit that Snaps spews on everybody. Because he refers to me as a traitor and a sellout because I have audio recordings of me and Mark Vogel from 6 years ago that he was trying to get from me for over 2 years. And then I finally cut him out of my life in 2022, and he's been harassing me ever since. So on April 30th, I told him, or when he called me, I'm tired of his bullshit. So I was frustrated. And out of frustration, he elicited a negative reaction out of me. And I told him I was going to come to Arizona and kick his ass.
Oh.
So he took my video and sent it to Arizona police and went and reported me. And the Arizona Police Department communicated with the sheriff's department here, and hence being charged.
Yes. So no offense.
This is the type of shit that he does.
Yes, but no offense. You are literally the only guy who he successfully got the police to do something about. You're literally the only guy I met.
Well, there's a reason for that. I'm not only being gang stalked by Snaps, but I was being gang stalked by a whole bunch of them before Snaps. Me and him were friends, so to speak, prior to that. From 2019, you guys know who Shauna Sierra Connor is. He talks about her all the time. There's a bunch of people. It's not relevant, really. But they were harassing Marfugel, claiming that he was a pedo. And I basically, not basically, but I literally did a background check on him to see if he was, because I don't want to be associated with anybody that's capable of doing those types of acts. And I discovered that he was not anything that they said he was. So I told them all, why don't you just leave him alone, go on with your life. Long story short, they all turned on me and started making false accusations, projecting their bullcrap on me. And I proved that they were all a bunch of liars and a phony and whatnot. They called the FBI on me. They were calling the sheriff. They were calling my employer. Eventually, in 2019, they convinced the deputy to harass me, and I was unlawfully arrested. I was maliciously prosecuted from 2019 to 2021, and I beat the case, and now I'm suing the Oakland County Sheriff in federal court and state court because of the last bout of gang stalking. So at that time, me and Snaps were somewhat pals. But since I ghosted him and didn't want anything to do with him after his last bout of a stay in a mental institution, I cut him out of my life, and I've been his enemy ever since. And here I am.
Yes. So I actually don't even have Snafu blocked in the chat because I just find him and his whole all the zebras just too low tier for me. Did not threaten me, to be honest. So I'm not worried about
He won't
over
come
into your
in
real
here.
life.
Pardon me?
It's bad. Yeah, it's spilling over into your real life. It's fucking over your life, man. It's
Well,
bad.
this is what he does. It's not because he's afraid of me. It is because I tell the truth and I'm exposing him and the rest of these bogus ass channels that are out here working for the government. When they're calling everybody else pogo channels, they are in fact pogo channels. He admits that how many people has he turned in? Is called the sheriff or the cops or the CPS or animal control, or how many people has he done this to that you guys are aware of?
I don't pay too much attention to him.
Well, I know that I never paid much attention to it either until I'm sitting here with a tether on my ankle with a $50,000 personal bond facing charges for him calling me. It's a long story, but the gist of it is that Snafu Snap is a traitor to anybody who is even seeking freedom. He spits the hatred and the vitriol for the United States government and how they're all a bunch of Satanists and God knows what in the police state and blah, blah, blah. But then he uses the government to supply his financial means through Social Security, and he uses the government to prosecute guys like me that he harasses and threatens and intimidates for over 3 years. And people still support this fucking guy.
Yeah, we got time. You can tell your story.
Well, my story is long, and I really don't have time to tell it because I'm at work. I actually have a job. I don't sit on the internet 24/7 like Snafu Snaps, stalking people and harassing them and threatening them, sending emails to them with gun safes in it, and you name it. How many people do you guys know that he's done this shit to?
You're the first, man. I don't know too many. I'm not too involved in the community, but you're the first I know about. But it's not bad.
Well, it's not that I'm the first that he's harassed in the community. I'm the first, and I'm not even part of the fucking community. I didn't even know about the panel verse. I had no idea the panel verse existed because I had no desire. He called me because he's got a vendetta towards me because I would not provide my audio recordings with Marfugal TV, who is his biggest enemy when he's spewing off this veterans charity fraud bullshit. And so, because I won't give him what he wants, he attacks me and he does what he does. It wasn't a constant. He would come in every couple, 2-3 months, and he would harass me. He'd porn bomb me on my stream and just harass me, get me off of frustrate me, and I would jump offline for 2 or 3 months, maybe 4 months at a time for the last 3 years because I'm sick of the guy. He's an internet terrorist. He's a cyber stalker, a cyber bully. He's a government confidential informant. I have paperwork with him admitting that he's done this to other people before. Not that we don't know. He did it to Concrete Cowboy or whatever the guy's name is.
I mean, it sounds like he'd be proud of it. It doesn't sound like he'd be lying about it. He'd be bragging about all the people he's fucked over.
No, he's proud of it. And him and that Mad Mystic, they're one and the same. She's the female version of him.
Pretty much.
And so Hank Flamio here, he came into my live stream not long ago and shared some of the vitriol hatred that he has, the Snafu Snaps, towards Hank. And he was in the backstage of StreamYards telling Hank that he advocates for the lynching of N-bombs and that he wants Hank to be hanging from I want you, the N-bomb, hanging from a tree until you're dead.
Yeah, I know. That's from Jack Talcott's show, the last day of last year.
I mean, it sounds like, Hank, you got the memo. You could call the sheriff in Hit County.
Well, that's what I'm asking why Hank hasn't called the hell, that's a federal hate crime.
That is.
I thought about it, but the thing is, the only thing I wanted was him to turn down the terroristic threats, so he doesn't motivate someone to actually go forth with that action, and he has done so. So I have no need to act anymore.
So how many people have to be attacked and threatened and stalked and harassed before everybody steps up and puts an end to his bullshit?
It's up to the state. I mean, they already have.
When you were on my channel, I asked you if you went to your local law enforcement.
Yeah, I went to my local law enforcement just to have them call him and tell him to knock it off.
And did they do that?
Yes, he did.
Do you have a record of it?
I did not bother to get a record of it.
No, what city did you do that in Pittsburgh or in Pennsylvania? What city did you go to or sheriff?
Yeah, the Mountain Valley Police Department.
Mountain Valley?
No, Monongahela Valley Police Department. I went there.
Well, you got my email. You have my
Yes.
email. You've already sent me an email before.
Yeah,
And
I
if
do have
anybody has any information on this guy, you can reach out to me at badapplemedia@yahoo.com and provide it for me. And Hank, I really wish you would share that information with me because I'm building stuff to bring him down on the backside. And it seems like a lot of people are afraid of Snafu Snaps and his retaliation.
I'm not afraid of him in the least.
Well,
But
then I need you to step
if
up, bro.
If he is a government informant, I'm just spinning my wheels trying to use a different government branch against him at this time, so I know what branch he's in. So
Well, it doesn't matter what branch he's in. This is the thing that if he's a confidential informant, if he's a pogo channel, it's some deep state bullshit, and local law enforcement are not going to apply for that. That doesn't matter. What he is and what he isn't doesn't matter. What matters is that he's committing crimes.
I mean, I got a few of his YouTube channels, 3 of his YouTube channels deleted just by reporting them. So,
well, that's fine and dandy. That doesn't do me any good. I need individuals like yourself who have contacted law enforcement with the hatred and the stalking and the harassment that he is conducting upon you and others, so I could get this information. You could go to the Valley Police Department there, whoever you contacted, and get a copy of it because I guarantee you, they made a report of you calling them. You don't know they made a report, but there's a report.
I went in person.
Okay, so there's a report, and if you could get that without me having to file it for you and go through all the nonsense, and if you help me, and if Kara and Alan McCord down there in Texas, who he called on them over their horse rehabilit whatever, they got a horse sanctuary or whatever. He called on them. He's proud of that. He's called on so many people. I need you people to step up.
So here's the thing. There's 2 things about this. One, I've been over this with Officer Snaps. That PA right to know laws says you don't have the right to know about my interaction with the police. So that's not covered under FOIA request.
Well, what does that? It's you, bro. You filed the report. You will get that. Don't you understand about that?
Well, I probably could get that. And 2, I literally had him on the next month on this very show, and I got him to expose himself. But I mean, if he tried to get a court, I mean, I don't really take his threat seriously. I just want to go down the language. I had him on the show next month.
Well, I guarantee you. Listen, everybody needs to stop buying that guy's bullshit, man. You understand what I'm saying? You, Hank, whatever. He's doxed your real name, right? I know your real name. It's besides the point. So whatever. I don't care. What you need to do is, I'm not going to share your shit online, and I have no intentions of doxing you or revealing whatever was said in the report. I'm using it on the backside so the prosecutors here will see exactly what he's about and see if they'll stop him from doing what he's doing. And this is what I'm trying to explain to anybody and everybody who's had an issue with this guy. For some reason, nobody wants to step up. Everybody's got well, I don't want this or I don't want that. Until you got a tether on your leg and you're facing charges, it's no big deal, right? I'm not attacking. I'm just saying nobody gives a shit until it happens to them. When you showed me what he said to you, that pissed me off, bro. I'm like, what kind of asshole would say that to you? Period. No matter what he thinks or believes or his bullshit that he spews on you. So what gives this guy the right to run around the internet doing what he's doing?
So you really have a good point. Until it happens to me, I kind of don't care. But the question is, how the hell did it happen to you when Snafu makes crap up? He's very, very unreliable.
Well, that's because you guys, my situation in my personal life is a whole lot different than anybody. I've been fighting the government my entire life, not just because it's internet cool. Okay, what I've been through in my life has got nothing to do with what Snafu Snaps is doing to me. But at the same time, the government that has been stalking and targeting me, you guys know what targeted individuals are, right?
Yeah.
Well, you're meeting one. Okay? The government here in Michigan have been targeting me and my friends all of my life. and I don't back down from them, and they don't like it. So any chance that they get an opportunity to try to screw me around with some bogus ass charges, that's what they're going to do. It's costing me already $5,000 for an attorney, and it's costing me over $500 right now to have a tether on my foot. Okay, they don't care. Now I have to find a lawyer to sue them after it's all over with. No, I don't have to find one. I already have one. But should I have to be going through this because some cocksucker named Snafu Snaps thinks that it's funny and cool to make up bullshit? Everything that he said, everything that he's done to this point is a fucking lie. It's a fucking lie, and he keeps telling them that I'm threatening him. He keeps, and the prosecutors and the cops don't give a fuck because they want to fuck me over. They wanted any reason in the world to fuck me around because I'm suing Oakland County right now. I'm a county next door. I'm suing Oakland County in federal court and in state court for what Snafu and he probably was part of it last time too. But nonetheless, I was unlawfully arrested. I told you guys, and maliciously prosecuted for 22 months. And I'm suing him in federal court, in state court, and it's coming to an end because, or not because, but because it's been going on for 3 years. My lawsuit, I filed it in 2022. So what I've got going on has got a lot more to do with actually fighting the government, aside from coming online and spewing a bunch of vitriol and bullshit, trying to act like you're some fucking savior, of humanity.
So I have
exposing crimes of humanity. My ass, they ain't exposing nothing but their own fucking stupidity.
So I have a question, Bad Apple.
Yeah.
When did he get the strap on? When you get that thing strapped on your leg?
A couple weeks ago.
A couple weeks ago. That's, okay, so that's very recent that you got the thing on your leg.
Yeah, and he contacts the courts anytime I do a video and I say anything that he can misconstrue and say, "Oh, he's threatening me." You know how they make shit up and they make mountains out of molehills, right?
Yes.
Well, this is what he's been doing. I shared, or not shared, but because him and another asshole from 2019 that did what they did to me, I said something in a video which was a mocking situation where I was being sarcastic because they said I was unemployed. It said I was a dangerous man. They've been telling people that I'm a dangerous man or everybody's a dangerous man. Everybody's a dangerous man, right? And so everybody that's playing this fucking game is making bullshit up. We're good? Yeah, I'll go with it. Yeah. All right. So everybody that's playing this fucking game with me thinks they're fucking cute. And I'm talking about Snafu Snaps and all those little fucking cohorts, that Mad Mystic bitch. She shares every fucking video that I make. Every fucking video that I make, she sits there and fucking reviews it like I'm some, like I'm her fucking entertainment. I'm at work, so hold up, be patient with me.
Yeah, you know what's weird? She doesn't watch this Benjamin and I stream every week for some reason, which is just too calm. She never pays attention to us.
I didn't even know who that bitch was until my subscribers and people that I know sent me a message and they're like, "Hey, some crazy bitch that's out here. She does video hit pieces on people and she claims she's a journalist, blah blah blah. She's doing she's making videos about you." So I'm like, "What?" And I go and I watch this video and she's claiming that I'm involved with Marfugel's veteran charity fraud from back in 2019. That's when I was helping Marfugel get all these assholes to stop saying that he was a pedophile. And all I was doing back then was trying to build my channel, show people that you can't bring, the internet into people's real life by calling CPS, doing it. Hold on one second while I'm keeping the phone down for a hot second, but you can hear me. So I've been dealing with these idiots for 6 fucking years. And when I found out that this crazy Mad Mystic bitch was claiming that I was part of the veterans charity fraud, I don't even know I have no idea about it. I'm not a thief. I'm not a liar. And if anybody was involved in any type of fraud at all, they should be held accountable. Don't just run around and scream and cry and yell fucking veterans charity fraud when you don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. Because you need likes, clicks, views, and attention from your mommy and daddy because they didn't give it to you. You know? So I went into her live stream and was like, what the hell are you doing fucking including me in this veterans charity fraud bullshit? I don't know nothing about it. And it hasn't stopped since. Because, you know, they keep claiming they're journalists and they're exposing this and they're exposing that. And they got all the receipts and they don't got a damn thing. Not on me, they don't. They want to do that, go for it. Continue to do what you're doing, but leave me out of the fucking mix. I ain't got nothing to do with it. So, you know, there's a lot of shit that's been going on, and people don't have no idea what's been going on because I'm not allowed to have a voice. And I appreciate you letting me come on here and talk. I might sound like a rambling idiot, but this has been fucking. I don't think anybody can handle what I've been through for the last 6 fucking years, man.
No, you don't sound like a rambling idiot.
Well,
we know
that's what everybody tells me.
Yeah, no. When we know stuff you hear, it doesn't sound like it's out of character for him. It sounds
I've been
exactly
through a lot
what
of
he would
shit,
do.
man.
Yeah.
You know, I got on that last shit that I dealt with. I spent over about $35,000 cash out of my pocket to defend myself from the last unlawful arrest that I had to deal with because of Snafu Snap's little fucking pals, that Sean O'Connor that he's teamed up with right now. She took a PPO out on me because it's another channel, MB 5679 back in the day in 2019. He's now Shadowban TV. He was the one that was spreading the lies about Mark Google in another channel. Nonetheless, I told him, I said, bro, you shouldn't be telling people that he's a pedo. I said, because if somebody sees him in the streets or whatnot, or somebody does something to him, you're going to be held responsible for it. So I drove from Detroit to Pittsburgh, not to go and do anything to anybody, but because I was invited there multiple times by him, telling me that he was going to whoop my ass. So I'm like, you know what?
It's defamation too.
I
It's
don't back
defamation.
down.
You can't do that.
What's that?
It's also defamation. You can't do that.
Well, of course. So I went to Pittsburgh and gave the guy the opportunity to whoop my ass. And what did he do? He punked out. And I took him to the bar. I bought him some beers. I bought him some cheeseburgers. I gave him $100 bill that had his prison number on it. That's another story for another day. And so I got all these videos are on my YouTube channel that are not listed. And I set everything on private. I've got probably 600-700 videos. And a big group of them was from back in 2019. So I went and bought a PPO that another YouTuber took out on me, which was a bunch of bullshit. I beat that. But dude, you guys, nobody has no idea what I went through back then, which I don't even really care to talk about right now because it'll convolute the entire situation. What I want to talk about right now is what this asshole Snafu Snaps is doing to me now. He is actually committing Social Security fraud. Do you guys think that he's disabled? If he can spend 24/7 on the internet for how long? Do you think he's disabled and he should be getting Social Security disability?
He is disabled. I mean, he can't spend. He's
not disabled, man.
Minutes. He was winded after 3 minutes. He can barely stand up. He can't fix his car. He's disabled.
He's not disabled, man.
Maybe mentally.
Social Security Administration. Somebody. Well, yeah. Or talk. He can get a job as a telemarketer or first representative. That fucking guy can do. He's not physically capable of working. Besides, point is that he's an internet terrorist. Anybody want to tell me that
Is he robotic for you guys too?
Yes, he's robotic for me.
He accused Hank of making or grooming children. I listened to that video. That little child was him with a voice changer.
Obviously.
Or it was AI created.
It was him a voice changer. He does his little rap. He has voice changers on his phone.
So if you guys got any questions? Anybody curious about anything? What? I'm here. I'm done rambling for a minute.
Yeah. So why does Snafu think that would persuade anyone calling my show with a voice changer when I'm playing a one-player game?
Because he wants credibility. He wants people to. He's got mental issues, man. His mental issues derive from his childhood, where he was abandoned by his mother and father. He's an adopted kid. Most people don't know this, but I was what you would say good friends with the guy when I never met him. We would, if you were to tally up all the actual time that I spoke to that guy on the telephone offline, it would probably add up to about 3 months, 4 months. You know, like 2 hours this day, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. It would probably add up to 3 months, at least 3 months.
How do you survive that torture? 3 months on the phone.
Because you want to know why? Because you know how the old saying goes, keep closer. Because I knew what the kind of person he was, and I kept him close so he wouldn't fuck around and harass other people. I know several people that he was harassing who, to this day, are definitely afraid of him. He stalks them in their personal life. He makes fake Facebook accounts, friend requests, people's family. He sent me he does all kinds of shit. After I was told that I was being charged with making threats on a telephone when he called me, that guy sent me a video, a collage of photos off of my Facebook page of me being in Vegas last August when I was on a business trip.
Yep.
He took all the pictures from like my visit to Hoover Dam. I went and sightseeing and all that. So I went to the Hoover Dam and I went to dinner. I took a selfie of myself out on the strip right before I went to dinner. And then that was in a photo collage, you know, it was like it would flash and then the next picture would show up and the next picture. And then after that, he sent me videos. He took clips of my camping trip with my grandchildren.
Wow.
And this is the type of shit that this guy does, man. He sent, you guys know who Goblin is?
Yeah, I know him.
Goblin Majesty.
Yeah, he's been on this.
Well,
show.
he sent me an email showing me what Snafu Snap sent him. Snafu Snap sent him. He sends cryptic messages because he's not got the balls to say what he wants to say. So he sends messages, which is still threatening. They're threatening in nature. He sent the guy pictures of a gun safe with a bunch of guns in it, and then he sent him another picture with guns on a bed, rifles with scopes on a bed. So this is the type of shit that this guy does, man. You know,
I would ask him what the price was. How much the price for all of them?
Gonna ask him what?
I would ask him what's the price for all of them, and do you have your distribution license?
Well, you don't understand what Snafu Snaps is doing. He's running around telling everybody that Mike Strutton, which his screen name was Dex, he was the producer for Marfugal TV. He claims that he's involved in the Pogo channels and yada yada. He very well may be, but I can guarantee you that Snafu Snaps is because he's an open admitted fucking snitch for the government.
Yeah, so I do know he's doing, but I'm not on Facebook. I'm in logistics, but my employer is a mega corporation. He's just not at my level. He's not a threat to me. So I'm not gonna do anything.
Well, to get back to what he did to you,
so
you know, I would love for you to share any information you can with me. You won't have to worry about me sharing it online. That's not what I do. I'm not intending to make your experience with him public. This is for law enforcement only and prosecutors and my lawyer. Because I got one of the best lawyers in Southeast Michigan, probably the best. And I'm gathering all the information and giving it to her and compiling it. So when she provides discovery to the prosecutors, you know, him coming online and dropping the N-bomb with the hard R repeatedly.
That'll really help him out, Hank. That'll really help him out.
I always sent it to him, and I really don't take that as a big deal. I just want him to tone down his.
Well, I know that.
Send him off to the police report.
What do you think a jury's going to think about him using the N-bomb with a hard R?
Not too much.
They probably won't.
What was that?
It depends what state you're in, but yeah, they probably won't think well about it.
Yeah.
Well, no, they're not going to think well of it. I can guarantee you that
Yeah.
I will be having black people on the jury.
Right.
What do you think they're going to think about when they hear him spit his vitriol about the alternative lifestyle community?
Oh, they'll totally dunk him.
He's a racist. He's a hate-filled individual who claims that he's a man of God and a fisher of men. He ain't nothing but a domestic internet terrorist. That's all he is. There's nothing about that guy that there's any truth to him. Everything he says is a lie. He spews his bullshit like nonstop, and people still support him. Why? Because I think most of the people on the internet are part of this fucking Project Pogo bullshit. They have to be. There's no other explanation for it.
There's a whole bunch of people on this part of part of the government. You say?
I think they are, because when I talk to people and he's harassed them, threatened them, and stalked them, and done everything that he is literally a crime, and they don't want to reveal or report him. Why? Why would anybody want to report him harassing, stalking, and threatening them? What's the reason for that? Can anybody explain why somebody wouldn't report it?
Because you always spent $10K trying to get back at him and your police department, and not
got nothing to do with it. I wouldn't have had to spend 10K, or that wasn't 10. I wouldn't have to spend now between these two cases close to $50,000 cash. If everybody out there would have manned up and put an end to it a long time ago. But most of these channels out here, like OTW Live and Jack Talcott and the rest of them, I don't know who all does it because I don't really pay attention to the panel burst. But I have paid attention to the Powder Dusty. I went on there to try to tell this stuff here, and he kicked me off the channel because they don't want me to tell the truth. It'll blow all of their narratives out of the water. If I'm out here spewing the truth and it's crushing their lies. Come on now. You know that they don't want that.
Dustin doesn't seem like he likes Snafu either. It seems like they fight too.
Well, they find him entertaining and clearly, they use him for people that pay to get him kicked off. And Hank, you've paid to get him to shut up.
Yes, I have.
That's like a form of somewhat a form of extortions. If you ask me.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's not
come on my channel and verbally assault you. And continue to verbally assault you, and then, if you want me to shut him up, you got to give me $5, $10.
Yeah, he's unapologetic about it.
I don't necessarily. That's what pisses him off. I could just hit that X button. I won't hear anything. As a trigger him, because he.
Well, you know how you shut him up,
and I kick him out. Yes.
You know how you shut Snafu Snaps up? Put him in a fucking cage.
Yeah, I've been
or a mental hospital with a padded fucking room. He's been in the mental institution 2 times that I know of. Once in late 1919, early 2020, because Marfugel didn't want nothing to do with him, and Marfugel threw him to the curb. I just shared the text messages between me and Snafu Snaps from the first day that I met him up until March of 2020, and then I haven't showed part 2 of our text messages where he's begging me to communicate with him at the end of our friendship when I kicked him to the curb. But he's in my text messages, openly admitting that he's going to seek revenge against Marfugel.
Right.
And that's what he's done ever since. And this is the type of shit that I can't believe that anybody would tolerate this guy for more than 5 minutes on their channel.
I don't know. I guess I tolerated him for more than 5 minutes on my channel.
Well, who are you? I don't know who your name. I didn't catch your name.
Benjamin. Yeah, he jumped on my channel once, and we tried to tolerate him for the whole time. It was hard. It wasn't easy. We had to put him backstage every so often.
So, what's your screen name?
Benjamin.
For your channel.
Yeah, Benjamin Sadiq. It's my channel.
I'm sorry, I can't. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, it's linked from my channel, so you can find it later. I know you hopped on from my side.
I don't know what you said.
Yeah, you can find his channel from my side.
I'm driving down the road. I can't.
That's my channel there.
You guys wanted to share this with me later on. Are you gonna leave this stream up?
Absolutely. We leave
Yeah, the
ours-
stream
Or are you
stays
gonna
up.
take it down?
It stays up.
Oh,
We
the stream
leave
will
ours
stay
All
up.
right, because I know a lot of these people, a lot of the people that do these streams, when Snafu Snaps come in there and he uses bullshit, they do him a favor and they put it on private, so I
Yeah.
can't go and screen record it.
I know that.
But that's
That's
all
why.
right, because-
Yeah, that's why I went out. I do have him on just so I can keep the stuff up because he's counting on the stuff going private. He tries to get his channels deleted on purpose, so there's no track record.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but right.
A lot of damning things, and it to stay up.
Well, I wish that I could put together some type of, as he would say, a strike team. Wish I could put together a strike team to put his ass out of business, and everybody that,
Counter-strike.
maybe spread the word if you guys wouldn't mind. Spread the word and tell everybody that he's out here fucking causing hell and havoc, and anybody who's been affected by him, they need to step up.
So,
And they don't have to communicate with me. They can communicate with the Macomb County Prosecutor's Office. And if they don't want to communicate, hold on. If they don't want to communicate with the prosecutor's office that's dealing with my shit, they need to go to their local police department or the sheriff and file a report there, and then tell them that you want them to report it to Gilbert, Arizona, because that's where he lives. Because that's what he did to me. He went through his police department in Gilbert, and they forwarded the information. And typically, they would have done nothing about this. I got the deputy or the detective telling me, "Oh, I think you guys love each other." He's being a fucking smartass, right? And I said, "I don't want nothing to do with this motherfucker. He's injecting himself back into my life. I got no choice. The dude is fucking coming in and fucking my life up. Am I worried about it? At the end of the day, I will beat this shit. I guarantee it. But it's the bullshit that I got to deal with in the meantime.
Yeah.
You know?
So,
Yeah, it sucks, man.
So here's my issue. I'm not gonna build Snaps into my main big bad because he's far below my level. I'm gonna go up
Yeah, but you could hook him up with some material. You could just send him. You could send him the police report that you.
That's all I want you to do is send me the shit, bro.
I didn't collect it. I don't care about it. He did what I need to do is shut up about the terroristic threats. I could send you the other videos that shows where I had him on and admitting stuff, but I'm not getting the police report because I don't need it.
Well, see, this is the fucking problem, bro. Do you not hear yourself fucking telling me that you don't give a fuck about what I'm going through because are you trying to hide something? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I guess I'm in on it. I'm in on
Well,
it.
no. See now you're starting their bullshit. You have an opportunity to assist me by simply getting me a copy of the police report that would be on file from your complaining about him. But you don't want to do. Why?
Yeah, I
because you think you're above him.
Yes, I am above him.
How the hell?
Far above his dumbass. And so I'm not going to focus my life around his stupidity.
Yeah, but he's not asking you to focus your life on him. He's asking you for a favor.
I gave him a couple favors already. I'll give him one more favor, and I'll send you a link to all the videos where I have him on my show, and you can get that for your lawyer by not getting that police report.
Did you even make a police report, Hank?
No, I just went in. I got his information. I asked him to call I think him twice to tell him to knock out the terroristic threats, and so far he has knocked off the terroristic threats, which is what I wanted. So I have no further action to pursue when it comes to my interaction with the government and in direction of Snafu Snaps at the moment. So you may have your own issue, but it's not really my issue. I'm not invested in it. I don't need to make time for it. I would give him a favor. I'll give him a few more favors, but I'm not engaging in soft sit stuff because I'm afraid of Snafu Snaps because I'm not. It's not worth my time.
What do you think about all this EJ bullshit, Eddie? You're tuning out from the drama?
To me, it's kind of boring. So yeah, I get it. I appreciate that there's a struggle, but it just seems like in some of those other the panelverse things, like there's so much of this. I have to think that like people like enjoy it in some way because
Well,
Why?
apparently people enjoy what I'm going through. It's entertainment to them.
No, it's just like I don't know.
Not for you.
Is there some reason why you can't do the right thing, Hank?
But yes, because your right thing is not my right thing. I'm not engaged in the soft sit stuff because snafu isn't that big of a deal for me.
So he's left you alone, but it's okay as long as he leaves you alone. He can fucking destroy my life, and you're okay with it.
Well, it's up to your
That's what
state
you're
and
saying.
it's up to your
That's what
state
you're
to
saying.
protect you.
That's what you're saying.
I'm not the state. I'm not the police. I'm not going to go on my way to protect you.
Do you think I need you to protect me? You think?
Yes.
How about the next? How about the next person out there? How are you gonna feel if the next person that he calls a pedo? You guys know who Cyrex is? That guy that attacked somebody with a baseball bat?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, if let's put a scenario out there and see if you can understand where I'm coming from, Hank. What if you had the opportunity to stop him now, and you chose not to because you think it's not your job to protect anybody from anybody? And let's say he calls another person a pedo, and somebody is not a pedo, and some stranger out there sees that person in the streets, and they harm them, and they unalive him, and then the cops come at you and say, "Hey, what do you know about it? Did you know that he was doing this?" Or because you didn't stop it, somebody is unalive because you are sitting on your butt because as long as you're protected.
I'm not a superhero. I'm not a superhero. People get unalived every day, even in my city. But I'm not going out there and trying to vigilante and stop them.
Am I the only one in here
I had to pay
saying
my own bills. I had to build my own business. I have my own stuff to do. So I don't need that. I don't need to be.
Do you even hear yourself talking?
Yes, I don't need to be your scapegoat and sacrifice myself, protect everyone else, and they won't do the same to me. They won't return the favor, so I'm not gonna bother. I'm not bothered to stick my neck out for people who won't return the favor anyways. So I'm not gonna be there to be their superhero, unless I'm gonna get a paycheck for it.
How much would it be worth to you, Hank?
How much I would take to go get that police report? Let's just say I have a pretty big bill. I would say at $4,000. Let's start there.
4,000? That's a lot, man.
I know that's a lot, but I got that's a gap I need to fill. So if I can get $4,000 to fill that gap, that'd be great. If it's that big of a deal,
I'll say $4,000. But Hank, go for 5. Cover your debts and then have an extra 1,000 in your pocket.
No, that'd be too greedy. Hogs get slaughtered.
Oh,
that's a 4,000 is plenty.
It's a lot of what ifs. What if this happened and then this happened and then this happened? What if? How would you feel?
So Brown's boy, I answered. This is like the 5th time I answered that question on this stream. So that's why. He asked the same question 5 times already. I already answered. This is the 5th time I answered the question. So when we get kind of repetitive, I kind of get annoyed because I'm kind of get bored.
Yeah, I think it's kind of boring because we went over the details several times and,
Yeah, but it's kind of, for him, I could see it's pretty real. Like, it's happening to him. It's kind of frustrating.
Yeah, I totally get that. Yeah.
Because he's a soft sit. Soft sits annoy me in general. He was vulnerable to snafu, uniquely vulnerable because he was screwing around his police department in weird ways. So they retaliate against him and they use snafu as an excuse. So he's a soft sit. He got for anyone else, snafu's really not that big with. He's not a threat, but he's only a threat to soft sits because the police are looking for anything, and snafu offers almost a plausible excuse to.
In the end, it was a big mistake to threaten him because, he goes straight to the police. Don't threaten Snafu. Doesn't sound like a good idea to threaten him.
Yes, I have never threatened him. I don't actually make threats. It's against my religion to make threats. I do the thing or I don't do the thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I know this guy. Nico,
Know this guy?
welcome
Yeah,
back.
I'm sure.
Who is this guy?
Yeah, channel change. Good.
Yeah, Nico.
You have your
Let's talk about
mustache. Are they letting you
how
have your
much ego
mustache
death
to
you
ask for
conquered this week.
plays?
I think that there should just
Everybody
be
is
like
speaking at once. What is going on?
I think there should just be a time limit on every show for how much we talk about Snafu, and then like we just don't talk about him anymore. Also, I'm kind of afraid that we'll summon him somehow if we talk about him a lot, and I don't want to deal with that.
Like
So,
Beetlejuice, say his name 3 times.
On what?
yeah.
What?
So we are so glad you're here, Nico. We're ready for a channel change. So what's been going on with you?
I'm currently very curious on what's been going on with you to give somebody a time limit.
Just no, we don't want to get
guys
into it. It's just I'm sure you don't even remember Snafu Snaps. We were talking about him for the last hour or more, and we don't want to talk about him anymore.
Yeah, the so-called crazy guy.
I'm sure you don't. I'm sure lags right as you're about to say any description of him.
Good job, Nico.
Yay! I simply existed and I was able to turn the tides.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
What have you been doing?
AC related paraphernalia.
Ooh.
Yeah, man.
What air conditioning because it's muggy where you are?
Well, it went out. The compression.
Oh, that
the
sucks.
Blew.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Isn't the humidity really high where you are?
Yep. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It felt like I was actually starting to become delirious. And now, knowing me, right, this guy, right, perspective, this guy is always delirious. How could he become even more delirious and insane? The answer is, well, that is a paradox, a contradiction, and the universe just starts falling apart, just as my world started falling apart. All from the misfortune of one AC. Yeah, that's right. I didn't get into a car crash. Nothing broke. Nobody died. No. All it took to take me down for good was an AC blowing out. Truly the observer of all time.
Yeah, I mean, as we can see, you're dead in a pile on the floor. So
Yep,
it
exactly.
appears that
yeah. You're talking to mainly a spirit. Not anything corporate.
So what's up?
Oh, Nico's going over his week.
Clearly, my connection keeps dropping.
Comcastic.
No, I don't have Comcast. I got Verizon. I've never dropped conversations or the internet anywhere in the area that I'm in until I get out here and start telling you guys what's up. Convenient. I'm supposed to have any dead air on a live stream.
I'm not worried about it.
If
If the border goes somewhere else, it's not a big deal. This is for us.
martial law is that what's going on in DC now? Is martial law?
So,
What? So what were you saying earlier, Hank? Before I lost fucking connection. What were you saying?
The same thing I've been saying, that I'm not a superhero. I'm not responsible for ending the reign of terror of Officer Snaps. It's not my job.
So what do you think about that?
So my aspiration.
You're saying he'll do it for
What about that
$4,000?
scenario I presented?
Yeah, so my aspiration is to
What?
fight Visa and MasterCard by opening a computer break fix shop and help people work around their nonsense. That's my aspiration. I got the software when you use.
So you'll be a superhero for the financial.
He said,
Well,
yeah,
I'm gonna be a
for
super villain for the
$4,000, you'll go
financial.
get your report.
Yes, I'm gonna be the super villain for the financials. I don't like those guys. They're going to take away my freaking not safe for work games and probably other things. And probably my free software too. I want to be a super villain.
You don't like the financial institution, but you're okay with Snafu Snaps.
No.
Is that what you're saying?
I mean, no. Here's the thing. Zamasu did nothing wrong. If it was up to me, there'd be a whole lot of people removed. I mean, 90% of the people talk about things they have no clue about. I'm literally misanthropic. So don't go there with me because at full power I'm probably way worse than Snappy Snaps. I mean, I'm sick of these panels with people who have no clue what they're talking about, saying all kinds of nonsense. So I'm not putting as much time into that. Because I mean, the mind control thing.
So
it just unfortunately, mind control doesn't work.
I'm not sure I even understand what you're getting at.
I'm getting at is that most people are pretty much net neutral to society as a whole, and or negative, and just dragged up by the few protected people. So I'm not a fan of most people. Period. So I'm just not a fan of most people. So I'm
still not following you.
So I have no good reason at this time that I sacrifice myself for the people because most people suck.
So when you have somebody that is going to put an end to this guy's bullshit, you're not willing to assist in that, huh?
I already assisted in that, and you asked me to go further.
You did. How did you assist in putting an end to his bullshit? You put an end to the bullshit you were experiencing.
Yes.
What about the rest of the people out there? You don't care about them?
I care a little about them, but
you don't care about
I had to weigh against I had to weigh against how it affects my life. I had to weigh against my bills.
Oh, so that's that narcissistic view, right?
What?
The narcissistic mentality, right?
No, it's just
I
know that's value to me, and I'm just a thing that's discoverable for. I'm just a tool to other people. So I better take care of myself, or no one else will. I know how it is.
What's that supposed to mean?
Hank is my tool, is what he was saying.
Pretty much.
So, can anybody else inject their opinion on my scenario? Is it okay to just sit there in silence? You know the old saying goes, the old cliche or the old euphemism for the evil to succeed is for good men to do nothing.
Yeah.
Or whatnot, however it goes.
Okay,
you're okay with that, Hank?
Yes, because we're not under any obligation to fight other people's battles.
You're not fighting them. I'm capable of fighting my own battle.
Then do it.
My point is, my entire purpose for 2 years of associating with that guy, keeping my enemy close, is to protect other people from his bullshit. And I did a pretty decent job of it. Not 100% successful, but I did a pretty good job of it. And then I finally said, you know what, I'm done. I can't associate with this guy anymore. And he went around and harassed more people. He even harassed you.
Yes, but I got over it.
But he only harassed you because I let him off of my my radar. I let him go. I was reeling him in every day, keeping him reeled in.
Yes, and you have guilt over it, but I don't. I have other fish to fry. I have stuff to.
What other fish do you have to fry that's so so important that you don't give two shits about some other innocent person's safety.
I have bills to pay. I have things to build.
Cost to
I have
feed.
a
Ain't
companies
nothing
to,
in
I have
this world
companies
for
to fight.
free.
I have companies to fight. I have
You have what to fight?
companies. I have a MasterCard and Visa thing. I had to work on trying to.
Oh, you think you're gonna defeat MasterCard and Visa, but you won't fight Snafu punk ass bitch Snaps.
Now I fought multiple times. It's just I'm not gonna do it your
You
way.
didn't fight him. You didn't fight him.
Of
You
course,
asked the government to fight your battles for you.
of course,
Dog.
the government's on YouTube.
Oh, what's so funny about that? What's so funny about that?
Irony is painful. It's hilarious.
Well, the irony is that you think that you're going to be fighting the financial institutions owned by the Jewish state, and you're
Bruh.
afraid of some fucking punk ass motherfucker online.
I'm a Zionist. Benjamin's a
You
Jew.
probably
We can
are.
get them. We
You
can
probably
get
are.
them. We're on the inside. We can get them.
You probably are a Zionist. I don't know. I can only go off what you say.
Yeah. So we can do some damage to them.
Oh,
Benjamin's
you
maybe a
think you can
Jew
do damage
in a
to them?
war.
I'll bet you any amount of money that you ain't going to do shit to the financial institution.
Oh, you know what? What I'm going to do is I'm going to change my avatar to Clippy right now. I'm just to prove you wrong. I got to change my Audi avatar to Clippy.
He's a Clipper. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yo.
Clip away, big guy. Show us your strength. Clip away.
Hell
What does that
yeah.
mean? What does
Hell
it mean when you
yeah.
change your avatar to Clippy? What does that even mean?
I don't know what it means. I'm beginning to think that all you guys are not all you guys, but the majority of you guys are scared of Snafu Snaps. You're literally scared of the guy.
Who? Who's the guy?
Hank, I think you're scared of him.
That's funny. That's funny.
Well, what's so funny about it?
Because he's below me. He's not with.
Well, just saying he's below you doesn't mean he's below you.
You think he's above me? You gotta be kidding me.
I didn't say that he's above you. I said you saying that he's below you doesn't mean that it's true.
Where is he relative to me? Where do you think?
I don't know you well enough to judge. I know he's the scum on my shoe. So if you're just a fraction above that, I guess he would be below you. But for you to sit here and say that you're not going to assist me or anybody in stopping him, I wouldn't say that you're above anybody.
I have a
Dude,
why-
for
I'm just
$4,000.
not doing as much as you want me to do.
Okay, what is this person?
The crazy guy
honestly-
blew himself up, Nico.
Oh, he blew himself up? Damn.
Yeah.
I guess he's gone. He's
No,
nobody's
no.
problem.
You know, he survived it. He told you about it.
Oh,
January.
Oh, that dude.
Are you here to pick
Oh,
something up?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I know that
What are you
guy.
here to pick up?
Kubota.
Oh, okay. I'm
Do
leaving
you
that
think
chapter.
do you think
Oh,
I
you're
could
good.
out crazy him, Hank? Do you think I could out crazy him?
Yes, actually.
Yeah.
You're not an EJ. You're not enough of an EJ to out crazy him. This guy here's an
Oh.
EJ.
Okay, well, no, I'm not talking about this guy. I'm talking about dude who blew himself up. But yeah,
He's also an
sure.
EJ. Yeah, he's also an EJ.
Oh, he's
What
also
are you
an
guys
EJ.
talking
Oh,
about
that's
blowing
funny.
somebody up? Who
No,
blew themselves up?
Snaps blew himself up in that.
Oh, in the motel room at the Monument Inn in Grand Junction, Colorado, when he was making hash oil with butane.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't really blow himself up. He blew up the room and he got a few burns, but it really wasn't as bad as they made it out to be. And I think that, they gave him a kind of a deal on that prison sentence so he could get out and go and terrorize the people in the country.
Yeah, I agree.
If I was running the prison, I wouldn't want him there. I would want to get rid of him quick.
That's a good point.
Well, like I said, does anybody have an opinion on the scenario that I provided?
I
mean,
couldn't really hear the scenario.
Well, I'll repeat it. The
I got to be
scenario
honest
is-
with you. I got to be honest with you that you kind of did screw yourself over by threatening him. Like that
Oh,
was a
you
mistake.
think?
Yeah,
You think that?
that was definitely a mistake.
Well,
And now
it is what it is. But do
Yeah, it
you
is
think
what it
that do you think him harassing people all over the country and including me for years and years at a time for that's all he does? You think that that's all right?
No, of course
And
not.
you think that I should be punished because I told him I'm going to kick your ass in a figure of
I
speech?
don't know.
You think that
I don't think you should be.
do
I
you
don't think you should be
think
punished.
do
But you
you
did make a
think?
mistake.
Do you think that I would waste my time, my energy, and my anything to go from Michigan to Arizona? I didn't even know where he was at. Why would I do that? How many times have you told somebody in your life that you know, you're like, oh my God, dude, I'm gonna kill you? Have you ever killed
Yeah.
anybody?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm
No,
saying is
that's
like
it's a fair question.
I just think it was a mistake to threaten him, even though I know you weren't going to do anything. Like you fucked
Well,
yourself over.
I'll let a jury decide for that. That's just your opinion, really. It is. I get it, but
No.
I'm
Well,
not
you're in this
worried about
situation
it.
because of it.
I'm not worried about it. No, that's not. See, who am I talking to right here?
Benjamin.
Mini Min?
Sure.
Benjamin.
Benjamin?
Benjamin.
Binyamin?
Yeah,
That's it. Yeah.
that's him.
All right. I don't know you guys, so I'm not gonna disagree and say I shouldn't have said what I said. Regardless of what I said, it's not really about me at this point in time. I can handle myself and my court case and my charges. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried
Yeah.
about the next person that asshole goes and harasses and makes up false accusations about. Maybe let's just put a scenario out there that Snafu Snap says that Ben Yemen is a pedo, and you got a next door neighbor who's watching online, and he's like, "I knew it," and he comes over and takes you out.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It's just a real quick, simple
Hey,
scenario.
dirty trucker.
What?
Dirty trucker.
What?
So here's what I see. All right, I see you have asked Hank. I've seen you've asked Hank to do something. Hank has declined. Now here's the next step.
That's
Get
that's
the
good for Hank.
information of where to get this report. You're not listening. Get the information on where to get this information that you want from Hank's police department. You now have a record of Hank declining you. So now you have to go do this yourself. If Hank will supply the phone number of this place, that would make it easy. And then you can just get the report. If it's only going to cost it'll cost you like $10. It'll cost him 25 cents. I know he thinks being a hero is equated to a 25-cent report, but you got to go get this information yourself. That's the only way this is going to happen. Yeah, you can continue. Okay, good. All right, so you're just continuing to show how Hank is. You're just continuing to show Hank's cognitive dissonance.
I'm making a point, right? I'm making a point how it's not just Hank. You know how many people I've encountered? I've encountered lots of people who are afraid to speak up, and I don't know what people are afraid of from some decrepit lunatic who hasn't left the confines of his room that he's renting, and probably unless he goes to the hospital, and probably months.
Oh, what's my opportunity cost? What else have I been doing with the time? I released their website. I posted to my the YouTube side chat.
What website?
The police department's website.
Well, I don't. I'm on my cell phone, so I can't see any of that stuff.
It's gonna stay up. The show's gonna stay up. You can always come back and get it later.
I'm a little tech-tarded, Hank.
I'll email it to you.
Yeah, if you could do that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll email it to you.
And if you wouldn't mind, did you use your real name when you did that?
Yeah, I can email that to you.
I won't share it with nobody, I promise you. And I'll have my lawyer communicate with them to get it from them.
Yeah.
I don't need to do it. That's why I pay thousands of dollars for a lawyer for it.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. I could give
that's just a retainer. That doesn't mean that's all I'm paying my lawyer.
Yeah, I could give you my capital letters, legal name and stuff. It's not a big deal.
Well, I'm not trying to dox anybody. I'm just trying to put an end to his reign of terror on the internet. If I'm his last victim, then so be it.
Yeah,
but I'm sick and tired. Who in this chat is sick and tired of Snafu Snap's bullshit?
Yeah, horse
I mean,
shit.
I
Yes.
think everyone's tired of it now because it's tired of all of the repercussions and the bleeding over, and having a whole stream be dedicated to him right now.
Well, it's not going to be dedicated to him because I'm going to be bouncing off here in a second. You guys can get back
Yeah.
to what you were doing. All I wanted to do was come on and say something to Hank because I haven't seen him since he came into my live stream.
Yeah, well, you're welcome to jump on anytime, and
Well,
thanks for
Hank,
coming.
Hank, you're welcome to come to my live stream because I'll probably be doing one later tonight, maybe tomorrow, and we can have this conversation. We're not. I'm going to beat a dead horse, but I would like
I thought that
to.
was the point.
What?
I thought that was the point. Here's a dead horse, right? Snafu says it.
Zebra.
Well, clearly he's
Being
not
a
a
dead
dead
zebra.
horse. He's still alive and kicking. He's not a dead horse yet until everybody puts his ass down for the count by providing information. He's going to continue to do it, not only to me, to you, to his next dozen victims. He goes from one guy to the next, and I want to shut him down. So until people are willing to jump on that bandwagon, he's going to continue to do what he's doing. But anyways, Ben Yamin, whoever else is in, I don't know who else is in here. Hank, later. Appreciate your time, man.
Yeah,
Later,
no
have a
problem.
good one, man.
Take care.
So, did you catch all that, Nico?
Painfully.
There you go. Exactly. You wanted to talk about it. We wanted to move on. We wanted to talk about your air conditioning unit.
You want me to sign up for school and stuff? All right, guys, gotta go. See ya.
What?
Maybe. I need to like do some of the fucking paperwork and set up FAFSA and all that to go to community college. Got accepted in.
So you're just going for one credit, or how then you get the degree from the community college?
Hell if I know. Hopefully I can transfer a lot of credits over and maybe they yeah. Secluded Graves, #1. Nice. Anyways. Oh God. What the fuck? What do I need Microsoft in order to get into this shit?
No, you don't.
Oh,
Just
fuck you.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Hold on, Hank.
just-
Hank.
What is the Clippy avatar? What is this about? Explain this one to me.
Oh, so Louis Rossman just started a campaign, a right to repair campaign, and he asked us to change our avatars to Clippy so we can find each other.
And do what?
Well, he didn't say what next to do, but the first step is to change our avatar to Clippy so we can find each other. Edit his wiki. Yeah, edit his wiki, and among other things. Edit a wiki, try to get the laws on the books enforced. But part of this new campaign, he didn't say the next major thing. I already have a login on this wiki, but I don't have anything useful to contribute at the moment. I guess I could help.
Basically, companies are being overly intrusive with AI and other sort of like subscription bundles and etc. to do basic services that they used to charge for free. And they're like it's kind of just like a man. Clippy was very, very annoying in his time because he just always show up and ask for help, but he didn't ask for any more. He didn't try to offer a subscription plan. No, he just asked for help. You said yes, and Clippy got the job done. And it was that simple. And people were upset that companies and other stuff aren't returning to that type of simplicity that basically everybody wants in that regard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember him
So
just
you
being
change your
annoying and
shit.
everyone turning him off.
Yeah.
He didn't do anything. He just turned him off.
Yeah, basically.
Well, now we're gonna turn them on. We're gonna turn Clippy on.
All right. I mean, you're gonna have to deal with Clippy after that. He's really annoying.
Who's more annoying, Clippy or Snafu?
Yeah, it's a close tie. Because
You're talking about
everything. Go ahead, Danny.
you're talking about that paper clip?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I have a Grammarly keeps interrupting my Facebook posts and it's saying stupid shit. It's like telling me to do really stupid things. I want to turn it off.
Yeah. That sounds like Clippy. Everything
Yeah.
you clicked on him whenever he gave advice was just a website. It was like a website link to a help page. It's just, and it didn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of a useless tool.
So we got another submission for CRG. So this
All right.
morning.
So yeah, just email them back and tell them that we're not doing it anymore.
Well, should I ask? Because some of the teams still want to keep going. I mean, like Team
Yeah.
7 might want to do it.
Team
Should
7.
I
That's hilarious.
should I ask them or just email the client back?
I would just email the client back and be like, "Hey, CRG is not operational anymore.
Okay. Yeah,
Best
I'll
of
do
luck."
that.
Yeah. Yeah. And I gotta take down the website or like put a splash page on the website saying that we're inactive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And tell Team
Yeah.
7 to fork the project.
Yeah, because we are trying to get rid of it, right? We're not trying to keep it going.
Or we
Right.
could-
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't get it, Nico. You're not working in an ice cream shop anymore. You're doing air conditioning.
No, my air conditioning unit just broke, and I've been learning a lot of kind of how that stuff works just on the side out of just spite. And it turns out the compressor's broken, and the entire unit needs to be replaced, which costs more than an entire car.
When you go to community college, they have air conditioning repair school. You can go to that.
That is true. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. No, I
You'll
could.
be in high demand because of global warming.
In the
It's a
summer.
high demand career. Yeah.
I could work on like maybe making something a bit more energy efficient. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be interesting. Yeah, definitely. Um
And if it doesn't work out, you can use your air conditioning repairman degree to get into the porn industry.
Oh,
Nice.
I
wow.
know
Yeah.
I see the pipeline. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I didn't get to my week. I got the computer upgrade done. I got the upgrade done. I'll even prove
Sweet.
it for you.
Sweet. Now it's working. Now you can play your pirate game.
Yeah, I actually did play the pirate game. I got running and I sent the result, the video proving I got it done, and my notes to Guy. He just needs to start it up and prove that he got working. Then he'll give me the bounty he offered. So
And then what? You'll play it together online.
it's not online. So if we want to play it online, we'll have to reverse engineer all the data structures and port it to something that's a server like Lunatic.
How did password fuck up? Sorry, continue.
Yeah. So we will have to port the data structures to something that has a server, or we have to That's a one-player game, so we can't play it together online yet because we didn't write the game yet to be playable online.
Yeah.
But since we got working and we could probably learn how to use those debuggers eventually, it's within the realm of possibility. So we could budget time to do so.
What the fuck is this shit? I put in all of the credentials right for the password, and it's still fucked.
Did you put in the username correctly though? You had to use the username and the password has to be right, or you don't get in. I mean, I have a degree in this.
No, I got it. I got it down. I got it down perfectly. But apparently not perfectly because it's not letting me in.
Well, yeah, don't do it too many times; it'll lock you out. And some of these things, like government things and healthcare things, the security is so insane that even if you create a password, they'll change it every 90 days, and you have to create a new one. So,
Yeah,
and if you attempt too many times, it may lock you out.
Yeah, the password changing thing, that's stupid. It's better to have just a really good password that you can remember that you have saved rather than having a whole bunch of less good passwords. Longer is better.
Never mind. I couldn't read and I'm blind and dyslexic. Okay, no. I missed information, of course. That's always that is always the bane of my existence right there. Okay.
Got him.
It's getting hot in here.
If only you had an air conditioner.
I do, and I'm gonna turn it on, but it's gonna be noisy.
Go for
That's
it.
okay.
Hey, I did it right this time. Are you shitting me? No, don't clap. It still locked me out. So I didn't do it right. But like I did it right. At least as much as my dyslexic brain would love to convince me that I'm right.
Right-ish, I guess.
I'm also, because I'm TI, that I'm just automatically obligated to be right.
Of course.
You're not TI, you're feminine TI. That's different.
But yeah, this is proof that I did get the upgrade done. So for the doubters out there.
Feminine TI is still TI, just scared. That's all it is.
You see that those I can set my mind on a goal and actually accomplish it.
It's like I'll make a logical proof that's like formal and shit, but the second it's threatened, it disappears into the void.
That's where I write it down, or the proof just runs away from you.
Yeah, and then I'm also like demon SI, so like I can't write shit down to save my life. So
Yeah,
like I'm kind of
whatever label you put on it, I wouldn't put proof on it as a label. I'd put something else, but not proof.
Fact.
What if it's math, in which I am historically good at?
Yeah, what if it's math?
Or like
Math
guessing.
proof.
Dude, you make up fucking proofs. You make up what's it called? References. That's not proof.
Yeah, I make up references, not. And
That's
well,
not
the thing
proof.
is, I was actually thinking about it. And I'm like, sometimes my mind will just like remember a fact, have no idea where it comes from, but whenever it's referenced, it's like true. So it's like you just kind of have to say, well, I guess I made it the fuck up, or I generalized shit, or I just extrapolated.
Yeah, I love that. I like keeping citations. It makes my life much easier.
We know, Hank, you're a censor. We know that.
Yeah, by OPS, but your definition of censor doesn't even make any sense. So, all right.
Dog.
Does that mean flow state's intuitive by OPS?
No, why would he be intuitive?
Because I'm a censor.
Did you call flow
What?
state a sensor?
well, I'm a sensor. Then he's probably intuitive because he's the opposite of me.
He's not the opposite of you. You're both sensors.
What was what's his OPS type?
I don't know. We don't know. We don't-
SCTI.
No, that's his MBTI type. What's his OPS?
Either
type?
SCTI or
should be.
SCTE, but SC first.
Why is his MBTI and OPS the same?
Because they should line up if one's objectively analyzing, if one's being objective in their analysis, because they both
That's
come
right.
from the same root.
Then why doesn't my OPS line with my MBTI test? then?
Because you're not analyzing yourself right, and we're probably not analyzing you right. Though I don't know, you're talking to one guy who's trying to look at themselves, which is historically a very terrible metric for psychoanalysis. And then you have a group of people psychoanalyzing you who are were basically the founders of the CRG team, which leads psychoanalysis. So you tell me.
Yeah, well, I heard that CRG shutting down.
Yeah, that doesn't. Yeah, yeah, but that doesn't mean that the founders
Keep explaining
didn't
the
know what they
intuition
were
to him.
doing.
Keep giving him the intuition there. He needs it.
Yeah, give me
Yeah,
the
evidently.
That's
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, sure. Yes, they shut down, but that was due to a plethora of reasons, primarily due to timing. A lot of timing issues, as it's really hard to gather a gaggle of people to try and align to get enough time out of their day to type somebody, especially if they're all at different skill levels, as well as the requirements for joining the team are, I don't know, I don't know how regulated they were or what kind of metric you needed to prove yourself by in order to get into the team. So like,
but Benjamin asked me
oh,
to join the CRG team, and I declined because I guess I'm evil and like people
Yeah.
getting harassed or something. I think.
holy shit, he asked you.
Yeah.
Damn, they do be kind of desperate though, I guess. But I mean, I guess sensors are pretty good at typing. I don't know.
Well,
Like,
the way he built
SE,
his, so the way
it's
he
like once
builds
they
the
get
team,
over the patterns.
so he tries to get like some of everybody in the team. So
Try to get a 4 corners on the map.
Yeah. No, I mean it's pretty good. What? How? How are you failing?
there we go.
This is
That's what I wanted to do.
royally. This is a royal fuck up.
Oh, you
As
got Clippers. There you
as
go.
a previous right?
Hank,
Demo.
explain to me how you're not a sensor.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not censored.
Yeah.
So pretty much, sensors think in pictures, like as opposed to like Tempo Grandin. She just like sensors think it in pictures, and I don't. I kind of think it kind of like it's looser than that. I think it's schematics and code and tags and stuff.
I think in pictures.
Yes, and I don't. So that's why I'm not a
I'm
sensor.
not a sensor.
Maybe you are. Have you done a test?
Have I done a test? Well, I mean, I paid about $180+ to get a psychoanalysis on me. So, you know.
I'll be right back, guys. I need to take a call.
Go ahead.
All right, see you, dude. But yeah, no, I typically think very abstractly. So, I mean, yeah, if that's a sensor prerequisite, I could see why you believe you're a sensor in that regard. But you didn't really just like, okay, so
No.
why would thinking in pictures lead? Okay, how about this? Let's kind of follow this then, this little path, this rabbit hole. So why would why would thinking in pictures lead to you being a sensor as opposed to statistics, words, numbers, and other sort of raw analysis, like how you described yourself thinking? Is that correct?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, so why would picture thinking and sort of, I guess, number word thinking, I'll say for you, right?
yeah, yeah.
Why would picture thinking be sensor and number word thinking be intuitive if we're kind of going off of that general assumption?
Because that's how we define the terms.
Okay, so why are you trusting these terms then? Why did you define the terms in the way that you did?
Because that's pretty much how gifts differing goes defines the terms.
What defines the terms?
Yeah, I usually just go by gifts differing by default. So
So
that's
those are your default definitions of the terms.
yeah, but yeah, I can go more formal, but I go ahead go open the book and cite and stuff. But yeah, just basically just going
Well,
on.
I would rather you go formal because I mean, yes, sure, you can go, hey, picture thinker equals this, word number thinker equals this, but have you sort of checked to track those sort of patterns of thinking and how that would be sort of expressed in in language, in day-to-day communication and day-to-day human interaction? Because again, a lot of these types are placements, roles, and archetypes within a tribal structure.
Yes, yes, yeah. Types are socially constructed. Personality types are socially constructed. So yes, I have done some of that.
Well, it's not a social construct necessarily. It is a byproduct of um it's a byproduct of us being social animals.
No,
So no, like we didn't societally construct our like, that goes into, okay, that kind of does go into a bit of a rabbit hole where it's like we didn't societally construct this. Well, it's like, hey, one guy, one guy or a group of people, we kind of just, it really did seem like all over humanity just kind of unlocked agriculture at relatively the same time.
yeah,
And so we could say like the NESI coin, right? It's typically more primed for an agricultural society, as SI is sort of grounded in routine stability, in which you need in order for crops and livestock to grow.
yeah,
You could also sort of lead that to, hey, here's why XYZ SI or NESI coin can be afraid of very like creepy crawlies and germs and viruses and such, as opposed to the SE people who are genetically hardwired not to necessarily worry about those things, as they aren't directly perceivable. They aren't directly perceivable, such as a rampaging elephant, rhino, or lion, or wherever the hell else, or wolf, or fucking wolf, mammoth, anything, any big terrifying piece of prey. That's what they're hardwired to worry about. But anyways, kind of going back, it's like we're we're looking at, stop distracting me, cat. So we're looking at, okay, is it a social construct? I would say society is kind of constructed around the sort of genetic needs and variabilities of people. Like that's why I say the idea of socialism and such might work for X group of people who are naturally designed to be a bit more fair and communal to each other, because they have to deal with an incredibly harsh outside environment that basically incentivizes everybody to share in order to survive. Now, sure, right? Like I guess, right? And then they all kind of are hardwired for fairsies, you know? Like, yeah, sure. But anyways, I'm getting very off topic here.
No, you're on topic. You can continue. Then I can answer
Well,
your query.
well, I guess my main point, kind of going back to it, is like, where'd you get those terms from? Why did you define them in the way that you did?
Yeah. So the term is gifts differing, and the reasons why it's social constructed is if you like have a person by themselves in the universe, they would have no MBTI type. It just wouldn't be valid. It wouldn't make any sense. It gives them an
So you're kind of along the lines of MBTI is more of a social construct.
It can you prove otherwise? I mean, it has to
I
be.
can.
Go ahead and
I
try.
can. However,
You have the floor.
That's a lot. That's a lot to say. Okay.
You have the floor. We have all day.
Well, they do. Okay, so types do seem to manifest by naturally occurring genetic patterns. From a lot of different studies, there's noticed that certain types have clustered in certain groups of people, etc., etc., etc. We have noticed that, and we've also sort of seen that, like, there are certain family lineages that are all of relatively same and similar types, as well as there are certain, like, facial dimorphisms in, like, facial structures within groups of people, physical structures, physical attributes, genetic attributes, and etc., going kind of and clustering within certain groups and types of people. um that's why voltology can kind of, and facial recognition patterns can sort of have a higher than what you might call it, random accuracy, whenever it comes a far higher than random accuracy whenever it comes to categorizing people within certain MBTI and objective personality types, in which MBTI and objective personality are both based off of Carl Jung's psychological type analysis work. Ah, jeez. Blasting sucks.
Yeah, it really does. So here's the issue. You said it depends on genetics, but Clippy has an MBTI type according to personality database, but
Oh
he
my
doesn't have
God.
any genes. According to personality database, he's
Yeah,
an
but
ISTJ.
okay,
he doesn't
yeah,
have
sure.
he doesn't have any genes. So you could throw out the notion that's
I
depend
mean,
on
yes,
genetics.
because people project personality types onto certain inanimate beings as part of being human. That's why people get attached to, like, AI and stuff, and that's why they're calling it human and etc. You know,
Exactly. And
they're just basically trying to categorize anything and everything, in which, hey, yeah, sure, I guess Clippy might have, like, a semblance of the personality patterns that, like, the creators of Clippy had, or it's based off of sort of, hey, this person is this thing is trying to, like, help everybody and offer assistance based off of coherent logical structures. It's like, okay, sir, I guess ISTJ, but really this is human psychological types. Like, whenever you boil it down, these are all human based things. That's why typically whenever I look into a story, right, into, like, certain stories, and I try to track the behavioral mechanics of all of the people within said story or anime or etc., I see that they sort of mirror the behavior of whatever main type the narrator slash creator of the story is, and they sort of go based off of certain aspects of that. Now, of course, more complex stories, right? More like basically more complex stories with like um with like real actors and that are able to edit and sort of modify their roles to fit themselves more and etc are sort of able to bolster like they're able to sort of make it more robust and like, hey, there are more types within these characters here. But I really am not a fan of personality database. It's kind of trash, and it's really like it's sad to see a lot of people going to like Reddit, Quora, personality database and stuff for their information on that.
Yes, instead I should do an hour-long video and send it to CRG or Stave and Shan and wait a month for it to come back. Of course, that makes perfect sense. It's totally more efficient than using a checklist.
It's yeah, sure. You can use a a relative checklist, right? But it is difficult for one to psychoanalyze their own behaviors. I mean, my gosh, dude, you've typed yourself an intuitive, but you've basically been arguing with facts and efficiency this entire damn time.
Yes,
Like,
because I'm a TE first. TE is the primary type. INTJ, so of course I'll blast with facts. It makes sense in context.
yeah, but then that also goes to like, hey, how do you define TE? It's like, hey, what you're doing is you're doing ST. It's like you're doing ST in which you're using facts and logic, but there's no sort of I don't see any like you're not arguing with any like why or overarching pattern, or you're not talking conceptually, dude. You know, like intuition is categorical concept talk. You
You're
know,
also
that's
not
what
talking
it's doing.
conceptually, so you have no claim to that yourself. You're also not talking conceptually.
In what regard am I not?
You're not. You're trying to baffle me with bullshit. I mean, you're not talking conceptually. You're not talking
It's
factually.
bullshit. Okay.
Well, in my opinion.
Okay.
Because we always established that it's not genetics because it's possible to give something that doesn't have genes an MBTI type. So we
Yeah,
established
but
it's not genetic.
I already explained why that is and sort of the human behavior mechanic that allows that.
Yeah, and that proves that's socially constructed.
No.
Yes.
No, that's not how that works.
All right, you explain how it works then. You have the floor.
I already explained it. I already said like, hey, people are sort of projecting these things, and I'm arguing that these patterns of behavior are coming from genetic variations within certain groups of people. That's what I'm saying. And whenever it comes to inanimately typing something, that comes from the phenomena of giving inanimate objects or beings or entities human traits.
Yes, and it's only possible for us to do because it's socially constructed. We can't give Clippy genes, but we can give him an MBTI type. You're proving my point.
Yeah, but that MBTI type is like is sort of a relative flaw. It's like no, Clippy doesn't have an MBTI type. He doesn't. We're just it's a fallacy. It's a fallacy given to people who have fallen for that sort of psychological trap.
Okay, so you say MBTI types are only valid if there's genes. That's your counter argument.
If they're if there are people with genetics and genes, it's human, because the core pattern here is human based.
Okay, so if we gave you a genetic sample, would you be able to derive a MBTI type from it?
That would be a lot of work. However, I think that is indefinitely possible. That I could do that. As a matter of fact, that is some work that I would be very, very interested in pursuing in academia.
Yeah, so here's the thing. It has never, ever been done before. If we don't, we could go to Google Scholar and look. It hasn't been done before because that's not how it works. In fact, let's go over to Google
Right,
Scholar.
right, right.
Let's show the receipts.
Right.
And we can go to Sci-Hub 2 to double check.
Oh my god.
No, we're gonna do the receipts thing.
Oh,
So-
okay. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. More facts and data. Okay. Okay.
So genetic environment
All the
influences
while, my
of the
fucking
Myers-Briggs type indicator.
I'm
So
still
those
locked out of my
constructed-
damn account.
A blood type distribution. This is I think this is a blood type too. What is this? Yeah, I'll take the cookies, whatever. What is this about? Okay, so this is a map from blood type to Myers-Briggs. Let's go to Sci-Hub and see what the heck's going on with that one.
Oh, they're trying to blood type Myers-Briggs?
They're trying to make
Oh,
a map
boy.
between blood type to Myers-Briggs. Let's go to Sci-Hub and try to pull that.
It is interesting.
So I pull that down. Oh, no, on this shit. Yeah.
Did you catch that, Ben, when Hank accused Nico of not talking conceptually when Nico had just ranted for like 10 minutes and it was all intuition and conceptual talk?
No, he's trying to baffle me with bullshit. You can call it conceptual, but he didn't land. He didn't ground it in anything. He didn't.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
point.
That's the
That's the
thing about
point. It's not
intuition. Sometimes it
grounded.
sounds like bullshit, and a lot of times it is, but it's still conceptual talk.
It's good.
It's like, do you really want to be an intuitive after hearing that?
Not
Well,
really.
ask yourself that. Like, come on, dude.
So
It's not factual. It's like hedged off of like one out of very, very small discrete facts. And it's basically playing a guessing game on, hey, here's where the next facts are probably gonna be. It's like, oh, okay, so you're not actually obligated to looking anything up and actually doing direct research? No, I'm just a guesser. Oh, okay.
well, I guess too. I guess all the time.
Well,
I'm
everybody
guessing that you
guesses.
didn't have to do the research to support your claim, and so far, I'm right. You claim that MBTI types depending on genes, and we're checking this because someone did do a research study to try to do a mapping. We had to. Did we take the rest of the stream to just dig? Oh, nope. This is kind of what we need. No, what's the chart about? Genetic distance. The grid. No. Where's the MBTI type thing? What type distance degree? What the hell? I'm looking for the MBTI type distribution. There we go. Goddamn! Now I can put in Excel if we can figure out get a good picture of it. They didn't make a good picture. Right now, this looks like everything's all over the map. Yeah, they didn't bother to plot it out. Okay, the number of fingerprints or expected frequencies from the null hypothesis of blood types and personality types are independent to each other. For instance, the value Yeah. Yeah, the numbers in the parentheses are expected frequencies from the null hypothesis that blood types and parasitic types are independent to each other. For instance, the value at the cell for A and
Okay,
I or is obtained from
okay, so
297
they're
divided by
independent from so they're independent from each other, which means that one does not affect the other.
yes,
Okay, cool.
which was my point.
Okay, well,
We look
you
for the
analyze
signs.
blood type. Okay,
So
you
blood
used
type.
one
No, we gotta
discrete
look.
piece of evidence
So we gotta look for more
in
stuff.
blood type,
Yeah. So blood types
in
are
which
related.
we're not even sure of what genetic sequencing leads to a personality type in the first place.
That's my
That's
point.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's
And that's what I'm
saying.
looking at. Yeah,
That's-
okay, so we can agree at that, but I'm coming at it from the angle of, hey, this can be discovered and this can be figured out.
Well, it's possible. It's possible that could be discovered. I'm just saying that you won't find it because that's not how the thing was made.
I'm slamming down on it. I think we can find it.
Well, we can check to see who other research to see who else looked for it. Let's go back. Let's see who else looked for it.
But also, a lot of personality typing is relatively in its infancy. Yeah, sure, Carl Jung like came up with it a while back, but like this sort of MBTI, sort of Myers-Briggs stuff, as well as objective personality, and sort of these other groups are still in their infancy.
MBTI is older than always on the panel.
Yes, I know, but that's still young in the grand scheme of things.
I don't care. Let's see if anyone did any more research on genetics to MBTI. If we can make a function to that.
So what are you doing right now in conceptual land and type land? What are you doing? What would you be doing here?
Yeah, what we're doing here is if anyone already done research into this area.
No. I specifically meant in terms of type. In terms of, hey, what functions are you utilizing in order to argue your point?
TE mostly.
Okay. And what are you backing that up with?
Other people's research, literally on Google Scholar, looking for scholarly papers of people trying to do genetic
So you're looking
research
for
related
direct.
to MBTI.
So you're looking for direct evidence, correct?
But this is indirect evidence. This is other people's paper. So no, without direct evidence, indirect evidence.
Well, the closest to direct evidence that you can possibly attain at this given moment.
I'm not sure about that, but this is indirect evidence. I'm just saying, if you're talking about this research subject, of course we'll go read research papers.
Okay.
Do you disagree?
I don't disagree with that. I'm like, I don't. Yeah, sure. Look up the papers. Like I'm not going against that. What I'm trying to point out is like, hey, what cognitive functions are you utilizing here? You said you're utilizing TE. Okay, cool. But what are you utilizing to sort of back up that TE? You're utilizing other people's work, yes, but it's in the form of what?
Data. Yeah, it's in the form of data. So
that would be, so conceptually speaking, that would be ST.
No. Because I'm only looking for data because I have the hunch that
you're looking for data.
Yeah, but I had the bet that you didn't do the research. You can't support MBTI from genes. You can't support the relationship. So I'm rolling the dice on this one, just going straight to research because since I know how MBTI works, I know it doesn't work on genes. I'm just guessing that, well, it's probably no studies that made it through that proves it because this just not how MBTI works. It's not dependent on genes. It's dependent on a survey.
Okay.
But you speculate that it is depending on genes, but just no evidence for it.
Well, not at the moment.
Exactly. So you could say, well, we could get evidence later, but that based on how it works right now.
There's not direct genetic human genome sequencing. However, we do see hair patterns, facial patterns, and these sort of big patterns and these behaviors and etc. that aren't necessarily defined very much by upbringing. We do see that in people, and we can analyze that, and we can type people based off of that. So it's like, hey, well, if they aren't coming from upbringing or societal constructs, because upbringing to a degree is a societal construct, right? You sort of need a society and or culture and or group to sort of rear you as a child. Then what factor does that leave as part of your personality? Oh, right, genetics.
You kind of just contradict yourself.
Be reared in the same how?
Because how you're reared is not genetics.
Genetics is what say that it wasn't genetics.
Yeah, but genetics is the what gets compiled into your body. That how your body.
And your mind is also an organ.
No, your mind's a process that the brain runs.
It is a process. Yeah, and what is the brain?
It's an organ.
Yeah, that's determined by genetics.
Yes.
Yes.
But do you know that mind and brain is not the same thing?
Mind is sort of here's the thing. You can either infer that it's top down by the soul, right? Or that the soul writes the code, or that the mind is sort of a result of your brain's processes. I mean, fuck, whenever you whenever you give somebody a good brain injury, their personality changes to some extent.
Yeah, Phineas Gage is a good example.
Yeah, so it's like, hey, it's like if you get a muscle injury, right? The way you use that muscle will change. If you get jacked, the way you use that muscle will change. And also your muscle structure, as well as your movement and these behaviors, which are, by the way, organs, are determined by your genetics, as well as, hey, how much time and effort did I put in order to hone those muscles, right? It's like, okay, same for the brain, right? The brain processes shit in a similar way. It's like, okay, well, I'm reared up as a child, and say I'm hardwired to think very, very concretely. It's like, okay, you're hardwired to think very, very concretely. Now and as well, you have a propensity to sort of be very, very self-reflective over you sort of looking to other people. It's like, say you have that sort of say you have that propensity. Now that you have kind of all of these propensities which are, by the way, determined by genetics, your upbringing can sort of shape how that propensity expresses itself. So, right, you're brought up as a kid with a genetic disposition or propensity for autism-like behavior, right? So that means sort of the sort of stereotypical autism, right, leads to hyperfixation on certain very specific concrete niches, right? But based off of where you've grown up and sort of your culture and stuff can influence whether you are a hyperfixated Chinese mask maker or you're a toy train designer. And that's what you put all of your attention points into. Right? They could be expressed in very different ways based off of your upbringing. However, conceptually, they are identical. That's what I mean in terms of personality being genetic.
I don't see
Now, I
the
haven't.
identity function, but I don't see that. You need to find the identity function because I understand how it's identical. So you gotta have to explain that.
The identity function in these sort of people with the propensity for autism like that. I'm not even going to use type in this sort of example. I'm just going to explain, hey, the sort of root here is, hey, they both have autism like behaviors. The root is, hey, they have a propensity to be incredibly self-reflective as well as a concrete thinker and perceiver. Okay, so that would mean that in terms of personality land, they'd be very, very introverted. They'd have thinking high as well as sensing high because they're thinking concretely, and there's a tie between those two. Okay, so they're thinking very concretely based off of discrete provable facts. Okay, and the way that this is expressing is okay, they're concretely thinking about a very discrete niche and subset of facts, i.e. trains, train paraphernalia, the intermachinations of a train, how the train moves, etc. Right? It's very, very niche, very, very localized, very like incredibly localized, a very, very specific niche. Now you look over to the Chinese person who was brought up with the same genetic predisposition for this. Now this person is very, very good at mask making, at designing and articulating and creating a very, very good, elegant mask for people to wear. Now he's thinking about all of the specific details and the ways that it can be combined and all of these sort of aspects concretely in order to make and be obsessed and think about these masks. Do you sort of get where I'm coming from? Of like, hey, your culture and stuff can shape the sort of output of it could sort of shape the output, but conceptually and what they're actually doing, like what they're actually doing conceptually is the same. Do you sort of see that? What I'm trying to get at here?
Oh, well, here's the issue. The issue is you can extend that notion so far we wouldn't be able to tell the difference between an autist and non-autist. Like we can
That's
propose
sort of the
we can propose someone who's obsessed with drinking, but they like to they don't want to just get drunk. There's a connoisseur and they do like to go to parties, but it kind of contradicts with the notion of well.
Well, it depends on hey, with this sort of concrete thinking that the two autistic people are doing, i.e. their entire life sort of revolves around this behavior and sort of figuring this out and trying to make more masks and stuff. Ultimately, right, what all three of them have in common is that drinking is that, like, say the person's relatively addicted to drinking, that they would all be sort of self-regulatory mechanisms.
No, they're not doing it because they're regular. They just do it because they're obsessed with it.
What? I was trying to get off the phone, but I was trying to set up classes down here in order to I was like, okay, maybe I could do it myself, but it seems like the password's not really working out for me. And I've been trying to set that up.
Yeah, I've been trying to find tech support. See, I covered for you.
Appreciated. However, she couldn't hear you.
That's good.
Okay. Let's see. No.
So there's no way you could tell the difference between an addiction and an obsession. It's just a label. You can't really tell the difference between someone's addicted to the train or obsessed with the train. It's just a denotation.
Oh well, I mean, I guess finally we can sort of look up the definition between addiction and obsession.
Yes, okay, that's fine.
I'll do it. Addiction versus obsession. Let's see. Obsession typically involves persistent, intrusive thoughts or urges that can lead to compulsive behaviors, often without a physical dependence. Addiction, on the other hand, refers to a physical or psychological dependence on a substance activity, such as drugs or gambling, that can lead to harmful consequences. The underlying motivations are different. Okay. So basically one is I guess an addiction is I need trains to function, and then the other one is I can't really stop thinking about trains. It's interesting in the sense of these two are very, very different. However, I think the sort of co-pilot answer does it relatively well. I mean, I can go and sort of, but I can't be doing this right now. I need to be figuring out how to get into my class. I shouldn't even done that argument because I still need to get into my damn class.
All right,
And
just say
sign up
Uncle
for
fucking
shit.
take the victory. Say Uncle fucking take the W, please.
What is this, a forfeit due to like extra constraints?
Either that or we could continue it next week. That's fine with me. Hopefully you have time to do some research. We could continue it. Would you like to? Would you like a continuation?
Well, the question. I mean, I guess the question would be also: Did you understand all of what I was talking about, or did you just kind of go, "Okay, bullshit. He's not using any direct evidence."
No, I understand where you're going, but the thing is, you're making the claim that there is a relationship between genetics and MBTI type, and the research hasn't been done. It's literally you're just pulling out your ass at this point because it's nothing, no scholarly articles saying that there is, and one saying that there isn't.
Well, intuition is light years ahead, so it'll. I think in the coming while there will be proof.
You think there'll be proof? You haven't shown any proof. I mean, you could think.
Well, I have. If you actually listen to my, like, if you're actually able to sort of track my relations and stuff, I proved it through inductive relations.
Yes, but you've missed the part where it breaks down the fact that we could give Clippy an MBTI type. You missed it.
And I already explained why that behavior is a relative fallacy in terms of what MBTI type and objective personality type and Carl Jung typology is.
But Carl Jung didn't do anything with genetics, so you have an actual fallacy, a hard fallacy.
What he did is he studied the psychological behavior of people, and we figured out since that a lot of psychological behaviors come from genetics. So yes, it is that is basically enough of a connection that I can say that it's true.
There's not enough connection to say it's true because we have actual research that says it isn't true.
And what kind of research is that?
We just looked at it.
The blood types?
Yes, we just looked at some.
Yes,
Then-
but that is one very, very discrete manifestation of genetics that doesn't necessarily capture the whole picture. Like I said, if you really want to pin the tail on this donkey and get the most discrete facts possible, there would need to be actual genetic personality data sequencing of the human genome to track exactly what genes, what chromosomes, sort of what encoding can sort of lead to these behaviors. That is what I'm trying to say. That has not been done yet from my knowledge. And
Exactly.
however,
But
I
you're
believe that it
putting a
will.
flag here, but there's no
Because
there
all of the
there.
patterns are there. They're right there.
Prove it. You're pointing the flag there, but you didn't make it to the moon yet.
Yeah, and I'm pointing to the sort of idea that I can make it to the moon eventually, and that it is possible, and that in fact it's probable. And when I say it's probable, I mean yes.
Yeah, it's
I
possible,
because
but it's
all of the
also
signs
possible
are
that
leading
lizard
to
people
this.
assign people's MBTI type by giving them lizard blood at birth. That's also possible, but that doesn't mean we have any evidence for it.
Basically, what I'm saying is that there's enough connections there in order to say, yeah, this is, I believe it.
Yeah, you can believe it, but you can show me the connections.
I did. I spoke of the connections. I've been speaking of the connections for the past 30 minutes.
Yes, but you're doing about as good as Snafu Snaps at making tying the things down together. In fact, I would have to say does a little better than you do.
Who?
The crazy guy blew himself up at connecting his notions together.
My notions were perfectly connected.
Yes, they're perfectly connected, except the fact that Young didn't study genetics at all. So you're just saying, well, people have genetics and
Yes, but
MBTI
and
and people have MBTI types, or MBTI
that's by
types is
relation.
genetics,
That's
and
proof by
that is a
relation right
fallacy.
there.
That is a fallacy.
I don't think that's a fallacy.
Oh, I
I
can
think
name the
that's
fallacy. But what's that fallacy?
it's sort of a and I'm not saying that people have genetics. I'm saying that personality is manifested by genetics. Not that people, young type people have genetics, therefore no. What I'm saying is that we've determined that personality is largely genetic.
Oh, it was a non sequitur. It was a non sequitur fallacy. And if you stretch it, it could be a base rate.
Non-secular fallacy.
Non
Why does
sequitur.
this?
Yeah, where the conclusion not logically fall from the premise. And also, it's affirming. Maybe not. Maybe it's just affirming a consequent. That's more relevant. Affirming a consequent is what you're doing, which is the accident. Yes.
All birds have wings. That creature has wings. Therefore, that creature is a bird. Type of shit.
Yeah.
Yes and no.
Yes and yes. It's affirming a consequent. That's your fallacy.
Well, you're also missing the context in which I use those categorical relations, and you're also missing what I said. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I sort of used more. I sort of used a bit more than that to make those connections.
No,
I didn't go.
You add some fluff, yes. But if you reduce your argument
It's
down to
not
its logic,
fluff. Those
you
are
just
natural. Those are points
yes,
in
they're
this
points.
constellation here.
Yes, they're points that we can try to extract from affirmative consequence, which is if we boiled it down, that's what you were doing. People have genes. People have MBTI types. Therefore, people's genes affect MBTI type. There's no science that affirms that, and we found a study just to date that disaffirms that.
The study of blood types.
Yes.
Right.
Unless you say blood types aren't affected by genetics.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Is that I'm saying that genetics are very, very complex and they code for a lot of things. However, what we've discovered is that personality is affected and encoded by genetics, by the example that I led of like, hey, these people have these people here have a propensity of thinking very what do you might call it, linearly and grounded. And I made that whole comparison.
Yes, and
It's
I showed you two counterexamples. One, that the blood type wasn't related to the MBTI type in that study, and that Clippy, who doesn't have genes or blood, has an MBTI type according to personality database. But you said that was a fallacy. Giving Clippy an MBTI type is a fallacy, but you didn't name the fallacy yet.
And I explained why it's sort of a fallacy to give somebody to give that inanimate object a personality type. I'm like, hey, that's a human behavior. People were attributing these human behaviors to these sort of inanimate entities here.
You're saying it's a category error. Can you give me a citation? That's mandates that only humans, only entities with genetics can have MBTI types. Give me a citation.
I would just start calling you the R word incessantly if my mom wasn't upstairs. God, dude.
A rigor?
That's wild.
Love you.
That's
Love you, man. But holy fuck, dude.
Yes, I rigged this thing. I am a rigger.
What did I walk into?
Oh, so this is simple. Nico and I were debating.
Me talking categorically, and he's calling it bullshit because I can't ground any of the. I basically can't ground it into sensory, and he needs proof, and I don't have proof, and I'm talking categorical relations, so we're completely missing each other, and that basically he's implying that my categorical talk is sort of a inherent logical fallacy by completely missing the context of what I was saying in the first place.
Yes, your claim is that genetics could have a relationship with MBTI type, and I've showed you two counterexamples why it doesn't. And you're saying, well, it still could somehow, even though it makes no sense, but it makes sense in my head. So I'm saying, okay, prove it.
Because you're basically not seeing the behavioral patterns here that I've elaborated on multiple times.
Yeah, I can grant that and just say it's a coincidence.
Bruh. You know what? I can't be entertaining. I gotta go. See you guys.
That's all right, Nico. I got us. Give me a couple years. I got us.
All right, bro.
I'll hold you to
that. I might join your school manual, bro.
I'll hold you to that,
hell, dude.
In fact, we should just send him money now.
Send him money.
Yeah, because I really want you to do the study before you can show Nico that there's no link.
Right.
I really hope that whatever I end up finding proves something. That's all I'm gonna say on that one.
Yeah, it's probably gonna prove that there's no link because MBTI is socially constructed. but you haven't figured out yet, so we'll let you do the study.
All right. Until then, we may never know.
See you, dude.
No,
All right, see you, Nico.
We'll find out eventually.
How are you liking the heat wave?
It's a bitch. It's
Mm-hmm.
like I thought Oklahoma was pretty bad, but there's something about Oregon. I don't know what it is, but something about
Mhm.
Oregon.
The humidity.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe. Yeah, this is probably it though. It really only happens like once a year.
Yeah, I figured. I was like, yeah, earlier in the summer it wasn't this bad, but yeah. How about
Yeah.
you?
Oh, I like it, I guess, because it's a once a year thing, once or twice a year. So we just kind of get into it. I don't know, just enjoy it for what it is.
Weird.
Drink iced drinks and stuff like that.
Yeah, I realize I'm gonna have to start amping up on my liquid intake, or specifically H2O. But
Yeah, do you have air conditioning?
no, I don't. So
Oh boy. Yeah, that is
yeah,
rough. Yeah, that's hard.
and it's alright. That's the college life.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess the men have left. Anyways, how's everything going on your end?
Mm, good. Yeah. I just rearranged my whole office, so that was fun. Feels good to dig into the SI
Nice.
and reorganize everything.
Mhm.
Uh, Did you make any progress on finding a apartment?
A little bit. Um, Honestly, I just did a Google search, opened a couple different websites, scrolled a little bit, called it good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to find a place.
Yeah.
Yeah, I asked around. There was one property I was thinking of because there's this girl that sort of like kind of seemed like she had one foot out the door. It's a small house over on Agate,
Mhm.
but it seems like she's staying, and also like the um I think the rent is kind of high, you know. You'd probably be better off with like an efficiency, like student efficiency house,
Yeah.
apartment kind of thing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What was I saying? Oh, but I appreciate you looking around.
Yeah. Yeah. Just would have been cool because it's so close to campus. It's
I
super
know, right?
close. Yeah.
That's really what I want. Is like something just convenient, like maybe 20-minute walk at least.
Yeah.
But Agate's like, I'm pretty sure it like goes through campus, doesn't it? Or is it close to?
It's super close. Yeah, the house I'm thinking of is super close to campus. You could definitely walk.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's basically my neighborhood where I live in. I just live closer to like, where Hilliard and 30th, where the Albertsons is. I live really
Yeah.
close to there. Yeah. Like I can
Um.
walk to Albertsons super easily.
Word. I actually slept in that parking lot one night.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
when you first moved here or something?
Yeah.
Uh Yeah, that's a good one to sleep in. No one will harass you in that one.
Yep.
Do you go to that when you go grocery shopping? Do you go to the Market of Choice over there on Franklin, or do you go to Albertsons?
I used to go to the Market of Choice, but even then I didn't go out too often. So,
Yeah,
but then I quickly realized like, oh wait, I could go somewhere else for like a lot cheaper. So that's what I've been
yeah.
doing.
The Market of Choice is expensive, but that one over there on Franklin has like the most attractive people because it's all like students that go there. So
Yeah.
it's all young people.
Yep. What was I gonna say?
Maybe you should put a ad over there,
Put an
like one of
ad
those
for.
for massage services over there.
Well, like they don't have bulletin boards anymore, really. You know, like
Oh,
how bulletin boards used to be so popular, and that was a thing. You just like pin some cards on a bulletin board, but everything's digital now, so you don't see a lot of those.
it's still
Mm.
popular around here. Bulletin
Mm,
boards, yard signs, telephone pole signs. It's still popular around here.
mm.
I don't know how effective they are because I haven't got into it myself, but I'm probably going to have to if I'm actually going to sell some backup services. But people still do it. So
Yeah, it never really was very effective for me. I mean, I used to do it back in the day, but it's just, those bulletin boards had so many flyers on them that people just kind of tune it out. They don't even look at them.
well, I don't, your turnover rate doesn't have to be all that high. 1 in 1,000 may be enough to get the same people because of how frequently people go in and out of places.
Hmm. Yeah, the thing that works best for me is that I have a Google Map tag right over my office, so I get a lot of people that come see me just because it's convenient because they saw me on Google Maps.
Yeah, I
Mm.
know. When I look for a massage place, I just put in massage and go to Google Maps, so that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
I apologize if my munching's a little too loud.
I don't care.
Okay.
Your munching's far less offensive than Nico's lack of evidence to support his notion. It's just, oh well, people have genetics and people have MBTI types, therefore genetics affect people's MBTI types, and that doesn't follow.
Well, I was gonna ask you, what led you to your conclusion?
Oh, so my conclusion is that pretty much but archetypes and freaking MBTI pretty much goes based on um, social patterns. So you have to have multiple people for it to even make sense. If we can have archetypes and have types at all, so it's stamp collecting. So MBTI is just a version of stamp collecting, categorizing. So you have to have like more than one thing to have categories. So so that's how you build up to a social construct. And the fact that we can use surveys to figure out what the thing is part of why how I know it's socially constructed.
Okay, I see. I have to think about that one.
Yeah.
Though I think Benjamin would agree with you on that one.
Well, Benjamin could agree verbally. I mean, this is his show, so.
What's up, guys?
Do you think MBTI is socially constructed?
I think it's cognitive.
Is binary cognitive mechanics socially
Yeah.
constructed?
Yeah, I think it's cognitive. So I think social things will access it, or it will, interact with social things. But no, it's built. It's your cognition. It's fundamental.
I see.
Yeah.
Because I rewatched your cognitive binary cognitive mechanics, BCM,
Okay. Yeah. What'd you think?
BCBM. Well, I watched it a while back ago, but admittedly, I didn't like super like digest it. I was just kind of like, oh, Benjamin posted a new video. Let's see what it is, type thing.
Right.
But then I rewatched it because I kind of went down a rabbit hole regarding artificial romance and whatnot. But anyway, I
Yeah.
rewatched it, and then you mentioned in the fourth part or fifth part about neural pathways and how basically uh, pruning happens because the brain is learning to basically harden a certain pathway, which I know that's not the technical term, but it gets the point across. Which it kind of started making me think about social conditioning, because that's kind of what Hank is kind of referring to. Which, because I haven't gotten super into it, but I do believe that there is a genetic correlation between like what's determined, like how your brain determines what pathways are reinforced and whatnot. I believe, because I remember we had to talk about it in class one time, but
Yeah.
I gotta look back through my notes and
That's right.
do
Yeah,
more
and
digging.
society will influence that pruning.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I don't think Ben and I necessarily disagree when he says it's cognitive, because you really can't have society without cognition. So
Right.
so I don't think there's any necessarily a disagreement there. But I would say there's distribution wise, I don't think there is a relationship between the genes and the type. That's what I'm saying. The pigeonhole doesn't line up. It just could look random. That's my claim.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I will find out. But someone did. So I'll make sure you get this link. But we already looked up a scholarly article showing someone tried to do a test to see if blood types line up with MBTI types, and there's no correlation. So you'll probably be interested in that.
Okay.
So I'll put in the private chat. I know you can get that.
Put that in my notes.
So it doesn't mean there's no other thing that's genetic based that won't line up with it. But my claim that there won't be. That's my claim.
Mm.
And it's how we can tell is that there won't be a trend line between something genetic like and the type itself. It just look random. It would be a scatter plot.
Well, this is me just throwing out some SE, but there's a study going around about how essentially, I don't remember exactly what they did, feminine sensory, but there was a study that was done, and essentially they like hooked up people to like these breathing apparatuses or whatever that could like record their breathing patterns. And what they found was that essentially individuals have individual breathing patterns. And they actually tested like how accurate this is, and they had like a certain amount. It was more than 10. I'll say that much. More than 10 participants, and they wanted to see. Okay, well, let's hook them up for like a couple hours. After that, we'll see who matches up with the previous data that we've already collected. And essentially, it was higher than 60% like accuracy on like predicting who was who based on the data they had. I don't know if anything I made said just made sense, but
Oh, it makes perfect sense. You can line up people with their own breathing pattern. So that doesn't sound strange at all. That makes sense.
Yeah. So what I'm wondering now is, assuming that there is a genetic link between MBTI, binary quantum mechanics, or ops, which is my version of everything you guys are saying. Then I would also assume that people of certain types also have the same breathing pattern on a bigger scale. That would be my assumption.
Yeah. So you built in the assumption that there is a relationship between just MBTI type, just the type, and genetics. So
Yeah,
if there
that's my
was,
hypothesis.
if there was, I would agree. But I'm asserting that assumption will come out to be false. We'll have data that
Right.
contradicts that.
Right.
But if it was, there probably would be.
Mm. Mm. That's your opinion, man? Word. What was I gonna say? I don't know I've got a bunch of things that have been brewing in my NI, but I'm not sure how willing Benjamin is willing to engage with that.
I'll go for it. Yeah.
So I watched your video on beliefs, or like
Okay.
how different cultures have separate beliefs, and essentially the solution is to have one unifying belief or accept that we all have different beliefs, right?
Yeah, I don't
I don't
think
remember
that's
which
the
video it
solution.
was.
Yeah, it's not a solution.
Okay, why?
Yeah. We don't all need to have the same beliefs.
Okay,
Yeah. In
yeah, I
fact, it's
agree.
probably even good that we have different beliefs because then we can test them against each other.
But history would say that differing beliefs always lead to conflict, and that conflict ending in devastation.
Yeah. So I think so there's two kinds of beliefs I think that we can talk about. Like there's these major beliefs like the earth is round,
Mm.
right? There's these things that are just true. And then
Yeah.
there's like I don't know, the way you look at the truth, like the perspective you take. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hmm.
And then that's also a kind of belief, the way you look at it.
Right.
So like yeah, like in physics, you have different ways you can interpret quantum mechanics, and each one is just a belief, in my opinion. Like they're just different ways to interpret like the experimental evidence.
Right.
Oh, so here's my thing. So if everyone believed the wrong belief and we try to engineer around it, then we would hurt ourselves.
Yeah, sure, I'll go with that. Why not? I think that works.
So that's why we should we should challenge our beliefs so we can make things that work better.
Yeah, well, I mean, at the end of the day, everything is a belief except for, um, you know, cogito ergo sum, right? I think therefore I am.
Well, no,
That's
that's
not
a
a
belief
belief.
too.
No, not really. That's the only thing that, like, that's the one thing he got down to is like I'm thinking. Like that's not even a belief. That's just there has to be someone to think, someone to perceive. There has to be something here. Like that's not a belief. That's before any belief. Beyond that, everything is a belief.
No, we could be in a matrix. We could be fake people.
But it doesn't matter. You're still in the matrix. You're still there. You are is the first belief you have to have. It's not even a belief. That's the first. That's the only thing that's not a belief. You
Yeah,
are.
you got me. Because
Yeah.
even if I was a fake person virtualized in a matrix, I would still be a thing.
Right. Exactly.
So
Exactly.
okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd still
Until you
be
have to
any
build
that
up
could
in
self reflect and know that I'm here. So
yeah. Everything else is a belief, but a lot of it lines up very close to reality where you're like, yeah, this is true. Like quantum mechanics, we say is true, but the interpretations are all different beliefs on that truth.
Well, and that leads me to something I've been thinking about. Like I mentioned earlier, I went on a deep dive about artificial love or romance and whatnot.
Right. Oh yeah, that's definitely a belief. Yeah.
Well, and that's because like essentially
It's,
what I'm
it's a bad belief. It's a coping belief.
ooh, I want to
Wait,
hear
are
about this.
are you talking about like people having relationships with AI? Is that what you're talking about?
not necessarily, but yes, yes.
Well, what does artificial romance mean?
Um, well, from what I understand, it's basically yeah, just having a romance with the AI essentially. But there's also, in the video I was watching, they mentioned like it's called topaz.
Yeah,
type of
I
fancy.
have a couple of those.
Okay, see, like that, like
Yeah,
that.
What is
It's like someone you make up in your mind, basically, and
yeah,
like
imaginary
it's a
friends.
yeah, it's basically an imaginary friend, but they have their own mind. That's the whole
Allegedly,
point of it.
they allegedly have their
Allegedly,
own minds.
yeah, allegedly, but in essence,
uh,
that's the
Yeah,
point.
it's kind of schizophrenic.
Yeah.
uh-huh.
Schizophrenic
Um.
is really specifically defined, but it is. But so I can't
I
agree.
mean, that I would say that's a type of schizophrenia for sure. Like you're making up something that's real in your mind.
mm,
Well, that's
Like I also like in a way every romance is an imaginary romance because it's like you have your experience from your
Yeah,
perspective and the other person has their experience and you know anybody and both of the people can be delusional.
yeah. I was
So
gonna bring that up too. Yeah.
well,
yeah.
that's how I know I'm not a censor.
Okay, Hank.
I mean, I have copas. But Benjamin says no, that's stupid, and I think it's useful. So
well, and that leads me to my what I was going to say was what in the video they like did a bunch of research, and what they found was that a lot of the research was actually like very positive towards like topas and
Yeah.
what was it, like relationships with like
Short term.
fake
It's all gonna be short
girlfriends.
term positive. It's gonna be short term positive for sure. All of it.
You think, well, from the sounds of it, it seems like it could be a long term thing, depending
It
on
can't be
your
long term proven yet because there is no long term yet.
yes, there is.
All right. Who's
because
the long
because
term
because
specimen?
the concept was made by to Ben monks. Really, like, how long ago was it? I
All
think it's a
right.
couple centuries ago. Let me double check.
Okay. Well, the Tibetan monk version is okay.
the Tibetan.
But I don't know what's the name of these AIs these days.
I just call them chatbots.
Chatbots. What do you call it? Anime pick 3. I don't know. Anime girl 3 or something.
Grok.
That has
You
not
mean?
had a long term study. But yes, the Buddhist monks have had the long term studies.
But anyways, the point I'm trying to get at is that this is essentially a belief. Like this.
Sorry, you cut out for a second. Your belief
The
was what?
fact that a belief is real in this case because you're having an regardless if it's positive or negative.
You're having a belief regardless if it's
And
positive or negative. Yeah.
so
Hello?
I guess what I'm
Oh,
trying
you
to
cut out again.
process is what was that?
You cut out again for me. I don't know if everyone else heard you.
Yeah, we couldn't hear you. You just when you started to say something important, then you were cutting out.
Oh, okay. Well, it's probably because I'm walking outside. But am I still cutting out?
No, you're good.
Oh, okay. What I'm processing is if the experience is an experience, whether regardless if it's real or false, or true or false, it still feels real because that you're having an
That's right.
emotional
Yeah.
experience. So then,
Yeah, from
I guess,
that sense, the experience is reality. It's your reality. But
Yeah,
right.
subjective.
So,
not
but
a
if it's
it's a subjective reality, exactly.
right, so,
Right.
and I've been thinking about like mirrors because that's for whatever reason, Chat GPT likes using that analogy. And also in this video talking about for romance, analogy they used was mirrors. And so, um, yeah, I just thought it was very
Here's what?
interesting. Like, if it's all just a reflection of you, then technically we could say that's the same with quote unquote reality.
It's
And
a
I would say
it's a
history
reflection
shows
of how you
that.
interpret it. Yeah, it's a reflection of how you interpret it. But then you also have things like
Right.
more objective, like intersubjective experiences, right? You
Yeah.
could share your experience. You could be like, okay, this is the commonality in all of our experience. Right? You got that intersubjective,
Right.
so you make that more objective, and you have this idea that there is this objective experience.
Yeah.
But did you know
I
that
don't
you can
know.
project your subjective experiences into the intersubjective by drawing? So like I can stay with the
Yeah.
views.
Well, of course, yeah. Drawing. Well, we know that we all pretty much see the same in our subjective experiences.
Yeah,
We
pretty
pretty much
close.
hear the same. Some of us are a little better than others.
Yeah, on
Right.
average, what we see and hear is
Right.
the same.
We're never going to be in the exact same spot and hear the exact same thing unless it's like a museum and you have to push a button.
And even then, we don't know if the eyes work a little differently or not. So
Yeah, they do. Yeah. So, like, we've got these kind of intersubjective ability to examine our subjective experiences and relate them to each other and be like, okay, this is common for everybody.
yeah, and allegedly there's some objective out there. I never seen it. I don't know where it is.
Well, yeah, but that's like a delusion too, because it's still, regardless, our cognition is making up that experience. Like, there's no such thing as red. Cognition makes up a color for you to interpret red.
Exactly. I mean, I think I was taking on atheists on Breakfast Tacos panel again. They couldn't understand that we don't have access to the objective. We had to use our senses to see stuff. So we don't have access to objective. We only have access to the subjective. Then the intersubjective is the stuff we agree on that we both see. So
Yeah.
they just
We all
couldn't
see
understand
red,
it.
but it's still a subjective.
Exactly.
There's no objective red.
Not that I know of. It's possible, but I never seen it.
No, it's an experience. It's a part of our cognitive experience. It's automatically subjective. It's created by cognition.
Yeah, every red I've seen was created by cognition.
Yeah.
But
It's
they can
stimulated.
propose.
It's stimulated by reality, but it's created by cognition.
Yeah, they can propose an objective red, but I don't know how I would be able to look at it without using my senses. So
You with us here, Angel?
Manuel is not disconnected again.
Oh, all right. I thought we were talking with him.
Yeah, we were, but he disconnected again. So we had to wait for him to come back. I really like your new audio avatar, Annie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a real statue that I bought.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, it's
I
like
noticed the curtains. Yeah.
yeah, it's like 4 inches tall, and I love it. Oh, but I'm kind of embarrassed because I kept seeing it in my Facebook feed. And I kept thinking like, gosh, I really, really like that. And then one day it just arrived at my house, like, and I was really surprised. And there was like the order receipt in there. I ordered it. And I think I ordered it when I was drunk. So that's like kind of embarrassing because like I don't have a whole lot of money, and it was
Right, yeah.
pretty cheap, but the shipping wasn't cheap, you know?
Right.
So it was
Right.
like $37, and I don't know, I was just kind of embarrassed by that. I don't order a lot of things when I'm drunk. I don't forget a lot of things, but that happened.
So Drunk Annie gave you a gift.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Drunk Annie.
I love it. It's my emotional support figurine.
There you go.
Yeah.
Did Angel drop out on purpose, you think, or?
No, he was outside, so he didn't do it on purpose.
I think it was just spotty service.
Yep, Comcastic.
Yeah, Hank. Based on your interaction with Nico, you're a censor. Just saying.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, and Nico's a bullshitter. Is that type?
Yes.
Yeah.
LPS?
Yeah.
That's
Yes,
also
that's
true.
intuitive. They're bullshitters.
Mhm.
I was kind of bullshitting myself because I was just betting that he just didn't have the research done.
You're right. He didn't have the research done. You read his type.
Yeah, but I didn't know for sure. I just
That's right.
there was a
Yeah, you can still
probability.
use intuition. You used your intuition, of course.
Yeah,
Yeah. Doesn't mean you're intuitive, but you used it.
But how do you know I'm a censor?
Because you're trying to ask for proof. Prove it to
Yeah,
me. Prove it to me.
and you're giving proof for everything. It's
Yeah,
all just like, anytime something comes up, let me look that up. Let me find the facts.
that's right.
So
Yeah.
how would an intuitive debate another intuitive?
It would be really boring.
They would go in
Maybe.
circles a lot.
Yeah, they would be like, imagine like two Nikos talking back and forth.
Okay, so my issue is I think you don't have. I think we had this conversation like 8 times already. You
That's right.
you don't have NI defined. You only can get NE. You don't that you can't in the OPS system tell the difference between the introvert and the extrovert function. We had this conversation multiple times, so probably shouldn't rehash it again.
And no, you can't. There is no ST. There's no proof. For somebody's. Yeah, it's all just pattern work. Like you could prove that the pattern's there, but there's no proof for the pattern itself.
Yeah, we know him.
Oh man, Jay.
Welcome back.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up?
How are you doing?
I'm all right.
Have I been triggering you with anything I've been saying today?
Of course.
No. I just started listening like 10 minutes ago, so I was like, hey, it's probably not going to be so boring in there today. Maybe I'll pop in.
Oh, we had an exciting show today. if you saw more, I was sure I would have triggered you with something by now.
You don't trigger me, Hank.
Wow, I'm surprised.
Why?
I trigger a lot of people. Oh, you trigger a lot of people too, don't you?
Good memory, Hank. Way to rub it in.
I trigger their feelings, I guess. I don't know.
Is he a censor too?
What's that?
Did Benjamin say you're a censor?
No.
I don't think Ben thinks I'm one.
Yeah, no.
Have I seen intuitive?
Well, I mean, I have my beliefs about typology. I think beyond a certain development, we don't really have a type because everything needs to be broken down and recombined. So after a certain point, that's what the psyche's trying to do. So there's absolutely no point in really giving someone a cognitive type at that point, unless you want to trace it back to its origin. So,
what would you say its origin would be?
There's the question.
My origin?
We can go with that. We have time.
Well, it depends on what system you want to use. I mean, like traditional Jung, I would say probably TI. So that would be the original function, the principal function, the dominant function, whatever you want to call it. But when you develop auxiliary and then a third, and you create an asymmetry within the psyche, well, the whole system elevates. And then you have a new one, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So to answer your question, it's like, do I have a type? Probably not in like the colloquial sense.
Yes, I agree because Hard Young, he only categorized the extremes, so he just took it straight. I would have to agree with you. If we extended Young, like Myers and Briggs did, yeah, you could have a type. In fact, we will give you a type because it's just the pigeonhole thing. So we would assign, we would, I guess, derive a type based on your behavior.
Right. Like, so for example, like I see 3 functions with bin. Like I see him use SETINFE. What I don't see any of is the intuition. The PI function in his stack would be the intuition. So that kind of also holds up there, but that's my interpretation of him. With you, you're definitely an ST temperament. I think, what do you guys think Hank is? I mean, you're talking to him every day.
He only talks to me every week, actually.
Oh, right, every week. Sorry. He's being ultra specific.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. There's. I don't really know him well enough. It seems like there's TE there. I don't really get TI from Frank, or not Frank, Hank.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of.
I agree with you.
Okay. Yeah. So it probably is TESI. He probably has some NE he's exploring right now. I don't know to what degree of differentiation it has. I'd probably put you there, man. Like, I mean, from what I understand about you, I know it's like not the type you want to be in typology because of all the stereotypes and everything, but you know.
I'm not worried about the stereotypes. I'm worried about the actual tests I done that never ever gave me that type. They never ever drive me into that neighborhood. Even host Derek didn't. He didn't even put me in that neighborhood.
Well, Hank, unlike the tests, I have a brain.
Yes, a lot of people use their brains to do the stupid, so that's fine.
Right.
I just the incongruency hasn't been explained sufficiently to me yet. To me, to the point where I could understand, and so this is a huge incongruency. I like maybe an example of like a TE NI would be sufficient. Because I guess no one ever came on the show to show me what a real one acts like. So,
well, I mean, I give you a very thorough explanation and like overview and look, etc. and stuff like that if you pay me for it.
How much?
For like a typing session, give me like $100.
$100. Yeah. Yeah. I gave you my contact information. We'll see what I can do.
Okay. All right. But like, wait. Here's the thing, right? So, what do you think NI is?
Oh, speculation. NI speculation.
No, you don't. You can't just give like a one-word description for a function. I mean, like speculation. Well, speculation's pointing more to judgment than it is to perception, isn't it?
No.
No, why not?
It's because it's how you come to the judgment. That's how you get there. It's a process. It's not that's not how you judge. It's the process
Okay, so you're saying that cognitively your NI is process orientation?
No, that's.
Well, then what? How have I mischaracterized it? Like, you gotta be more clear. You're usually clear, Hank.
Yeah, I'm usually clear. You know, maybe I'll defer. What would you say NI is?
No, that's not fair to do. To just have me describe it and go, oh yeah, that's what it is. Like,
Well, I did make my guess. You said, well, you elaborated, and you just didn't like what I thought what it would be. So I just defer to you because you're the expert here.
I honestly am more interested in how you define an eye. Like,
Okay, let me pull up. Let's see what Gibbs difference says then.
you're going to give me Gibbs differing definition, not your own, though. Like,
Well, was Gibbs difference definition wrong?
let's all right. Give me that definition, and we'll talk about it. I guess.
Okay, I'll find it. Okay. Where is it? There's a search bar. Where is it? I should search intuition. That would get it better than NI.
Yeah, we'll compare it against her definition of introverted sensation, which will probably be terrible.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it'd probably be terrible, but as long as we can map stuff to it, it's close enough. I'll use it anyways, even though the definition could be bad, but if I can use it, then it's useful.
Right. So there's your ontological bias right there.
Yep. I like having stuff that's useful. I got me guilty as charged.
Yeah, Hank, say your TE without saying your TE. You want it to be useful.
Sensing plus feeling, no. Intuition. Where is it? I wish I had my highlights still, but I didn't port those highlights after I changed operating systems.
But it's okay, man. Take your time.
Mm-hmm.
No one's in a rush here. I mean, usually we're talking about mundane shit anyway. Sorry, Ben.
It's only because you don't jump on, Jay. You know that.
Well, I don't think I'm that narcissistic. I don't think I hold myself that high. But yeah, I do tend to like twist some things. I give myself that credit.
Okay, so we have that's introvert thinking, two-way sensing.
Put it up on the screen, Hank. You can't put it up?
Yeah, I can put it up. So what are we looking for? So this is the right section. Description of 16 types. I think it's the right section. And we're looking for what are we looking for again? I kind of forgot. We're looking for NI, but I guess we had to look for both versions of NI, I guess. So we're thinking introverted intuition. That's introverted thinking. Introverted intuition. I guess she made a table different. We were looking. Okay, it looks like she just added intuition to everything. She didn't group by the thing we wanted, so it makes it harder to search for. So we just add search for all. Maybe we just scroll down. Usually that helps. Oh, actually, intuition. Okay, we just scroll down. We'll find it. So for intuition supported. Yeah, there we go. We found it. We start here. So introverted intuition, support by thinking. INTJs are the most independent of all the 16 types and take more or less a conscious part in that independence. Whatever their field, they're likely to be innovators in business. They're born reorganizers. Intuition gives them iconoclastic imagination and unhampered view of the possibilities. Extrovert thinking supplies neatly critical organizing functionality. Whatever is, could dollars be improved? They are likely, however, to organize themselves out of a job. They um, cannot continuously recognize the same thing, and a finished product has no more interest. Thus, they need successive new assignments with bigger and better problems to stretch their powers. Um, with their technical interests, they tend to be research scientists, innovators, and design engineers. They're likely to be very good at mathematics, especially problems, but not quite as adept at pure mathematical theory as INTPs. INTJs are fine thinking things up and definitely better at working things out than INTPs. This doesn't give their function alone. It's determined by the rest of the type. Uh, we'll eventually hit the thing. I'm interested in intuition support by feeling. So we're looking for intuition support. Nope.
Nope. There's just behaviors and not much else. There's got to be at some point she had to have said, NI is this or FI is this.
I agree. I think it's in there.
Right.
I forgot where though.
Well, Hank, why don't you just do a fine selection, right? So just hold down. I guess how would you do it on what he's on? Are you on an Apple or are you on a?
I'm on neither. I'm not on Windows or Apple. I'm on Fedora 42.
Is there a search for that document where you can just type in NI or introvert intuition, just see what comes up? This way, yeah.
So we have 90, 103, and 109. So let's go to the first one. Where's the highlighted one?
Yeah.
That's it didn't highlight. We had to go full. We'll do a full text search then. But that's the top. That's the type content. We'll do full text search. Control F. There it's at the bottom. And unfortunately, just typing in the letters isn't. Let's write lowercase n capital. No. We get just those two letters don't hit very well because we're in English and stuff. So.
Oh, okay. What? Just type in introvert intuition then, or intuition.
Yeah, let's type intuition.
Yeah. Let's see what comes up.
Well, that's spelled wrong. That's not gonna do me any.
We
good.
could also just go. I mean, gifts differing is MBTI. We could just go on the MBTI website and find their definition. It's probably. I'll do that. Hold on a second.
You do that, and I'll try to look for intuition. Okay, we found an intuition. I think we found it.
Okay.
So similarity. Intuitives notice that sensing person does not handle ideas intuitively and are therefore likely to underrate the other's perception. They do not realize that the sensing person's awareness of realities is much keener than their own. Sensing people make an analogous mistake relying on their superior grasp of realities. They are inclined to distrust all intuitive inspirations because their own undeveloped intuition does not bring them much value. Um, Ideally, such opposites supplement each other, and joint undertaking never in business or marriage. You can scroll up some more.
Yeah, that's not a definition. That's a description of differences without giving a definition.
Yeah, it
All
is.
right, hold on a second. Let me see. I got to go to MBTI online. Like the official MBTI
Yeah.
actually has an interesting test. Like it's actually a good test. I've taken it. Framework. Let's see what they have for framework. They say what's being measured, what it can't do. Okay, hold on a second. They've got. Please tell me they don't just have descriptions of types.
I won't tell you.
So this is what they have on their website. They have, unless there's a better MBTI website, they have like, so for example, INTJ. People with INTJ preferences, again, remember what they say, preferences. In other words, that's like saying you said you're INTJ, we didn't say it. Tend to be forward thinking and future focused. They're often visionaries with large, far reaching goals, but they operate mostly under the radar. INTJs will often spend time pondering how to get where they want to be, but they'll rarely share their plans with others. They never shy away from a challenge, and they often look for solutions that reach far beyond the original parameters. People with INTJ preferences tend to see life as a complex system. Work, family, and relationships are all puzzles for them to examine and figure out. So, this is where it breaks, okay? This could apply to more than just INTJs, and they're saying that it's only 2.6% of the population. You see how that doesn't make any sense?
Yes, I do. I do see how it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. So that's not the right way to go about this, in my opinion. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. I guess they don't define the cognitive function outside of the type, outside the context of the type itself, and it's weighed by what type you are. So they may not define it independently, or be just glossing over it. I'm not quite sure at the moment.
Right. So I have a good definition of NI. It's not my own. I'm using someone else's. So this is from Cognitive Type. All right. But this is probably the best definition of NI that I've found. So, and it's not too long, it's pretty concise. So it says NI is a function that expands its registration of an object to include its temporal totality, the larger episode or theme it belongs to. It then associates this episode to all historical instances of episodes which are isomorphic to it, transforming the definition of an object into a thematic story that is disconnected from any particular place or time. So it's translocal. The object is then understood as something transcending the present, as an instance of something translocal, right? And not following a linear chronologically. No, hold on. That's such a hard word to say.
Chronologically.
Yeah, from the past while still being temporal in nature. So if you had NI, what we'd see is that you'd be within systems, within all the mechanical processes, you would be making leaps. You'd be seeing where how you can either innovate or utilize where the system is going, like the system as a whole, like everything. I'm terrible with TE. Basically, so like TE is the causal dynamics registered mechanistically as impersonal clockwork operations that follow cleanly from the premises. You definitely are like this. The inanimate assignment occurs even if the objects are technically alive, in which case the entities are still examined clinically, but as a complex biological systems with various requirements for optimal functioning. These needs may be met through actions, while these actions are still registered as being mechanical in nature. I think that's why you're so good with computers and like coding and all. You do code, right?
Yep.
And all that other shit. Because why? Because it fits into what you just do naturally anyway. So the computer's kind of like an extension of your own mind.
Yep.
Yeah. So now SI, their definition of SI, I don't really agree with. So I'm not going to read that one. And it's still pretty much up for debate what if SI is more spatial leaning or temporal. It seems to be in a weird way leaning one way but has aspects of the other. The whole axis SINE seems to be a bit strange, where NISE seems to be pretty cut and dry. Like SE is definitely space and NI is definitely time. So, but there's a lot.
I would just say that the intuitive function's time and the other one's space. That's how I would just.
Yeah. Well, I mean that seems to be what it should be, right? Like, so you'd have to give space to one and time to the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that. But what's weird with SI and NE is it's there's some argument about whether NE is continuous in the sense of its connection making, and
it's not. It's discontinuous. It's classically discontinuous.
Right. So it's right because it's constantly refreshing.
Yeah, like RAM.
Okay, yeah, like RAM. Did everyone else leave?
Either that or I booed them. We'll just let the audience speculate on what happened.
I can't believe they did that, dude. See, this is what happens, man. I'm telling you. Like, this is why I don't join. They fucking hate me so much.
But here's one thing you have to remember. I have controls today, so I could literally I can go to stream for 12 hours a day, and we could just keep reading this book if I wanted to. And only Benjamin could stop me. And where is he? Where is he? Is he stopping me? No, he's doing his meeting. So we could do our meeting.
Yeah. So yeah, I think at least we know that like TE is definitely the main frame for you. Well, what do people say is like? Well, what do you constantly get chastised for? Like,
I get kind of. It changed over the years. So early on, I got chastised for not smiling enough, but that was because I was in a freaking government school prison camp, and they didn't let me study anything useful, most of the time at least. And now I just get scapegoated a lot. So in fact, just today, Bad Apple Media was wanting that I wouldn't go and get all the police records for him. If we can fight in court against Snaps. And I said, I don't. Snafu's not really at my level. I don't really think about him that much. Yeah. I don't think it's worth my time to bother with it, because him and his whole Keystone Cop crew did not threaten me. But unfortunately, he stepped in it because he did solve Sid stuff, and so they actually followed up on Snafu's very weak report because he was always pissing off the police. So, but him bad Apple Media and Brownswood thought I was bad because I didn't want to fight a battle that wasn't even worth my time.
Okay, yeah. This is like, so this Apple Media thing. This is is this like a?
That's a
what?
panelist. He's a panelist.
Oh, he's a panelist. Okay.
Yeah. So, but he got in trouble because he said he was going to kick the butt of Snafu. There's another panelist, but he goes around and annoys people all the time. But yeah, but people put me in a scapegoat position, ask me to do stuff. I don't think it's productive for me. That's what people chastise me for not doing enough. When I'm kind of carrying in that first place. I'm carrying, but somehow I'm not doing enough because you don't want to do anything, or what you're doing is kind of dumb, and just said, I want to focus on other things.
Right. Yeah. Well, what other panels are you on? Don't you like run a whole nother panel, like a conspiracy one, or is that more?
I think the conspiracy one. I go on a bunch of different panels. I think, but I guess the other panel is just a draw panel or game panel, or I play games and let people come on my stream and yell at each other, and I just laugh at them.
Yeah. Yeah, and the other thing too about panel discussions really does seem to be like an extroverted thing in general. Like usually there being like two extroverted functions that have some level of consciousness. So in other words, the third is coming in to some degree. I've seen it over and over and over. I mean, we see it with Taylor, right? Like Taylor. Like that's how he does his FE in a way, like a weird way, right?
Yep.
And Ben, that's how he does his. Even though Ben will swear up and down his FE's inferior, but like I think different.
I agree with you. It's not inferior.
Yeah. So, but why'd they all go? Like, what the fuck, man? Like, can't believe this shit.
Don't worry about them. We're getting shit done today.
I know, but no one's going to join because they just see me.
That's their problem. That's their problem. We're going to get stuff done without them.
Yeah. All right. Well, so if you're trying to type yourself, I just wouldn't use GIF ciphering to do it because, like, let's see what can you see what she wrote about TESI?
Yeah. So TESI is the ISTP. No, ISTJ, and we can just scroll down. She said it. I just scroll past it.
Yep. So either ESTJ or ISTJ. We can read both of them.
We'll read both of them.
Yep.
Oh, I think that's ESFJ. Let's scroll back up. But we could look for letters here. There we go.
Yep. Okay, she's talking. I think about. Okay, she's talking about.
No, that's not the right chapter. We have to scroll. Right. Let's go to use the opposites, then search for it.
Right. It's just so weird that it's not divided by the types here, like in terms of chapters. It's kind of strange.
She's trying to be Jungian, so you do poetry instead of tables. Yeah. So this is on brand.
Okay.
So. Wait, is this the right spot? Oh.
There we go.
Okay, yeah. Now we're close to where we need to be.
Okay, so she says, let's see what she said about TE there. So it's fed by objective data. Okay, that's not exactly wrong. All right, facts and borrowed ideas. All right. depends upon the facts of experience and regards the abstract idea as unsubstantial and of negligible importance, relies on facts outside of the thinker which are more decisive than the thinking itself for soundness and value. Okay, what else should I say? Has as its goal the solution of practical problems, discovering classification of facts, criticism, and modification of generally accepted ideas, planning of programs, and developing of formulas, dwells upon the details of the concrete case, including irrelevancies, has a tendency to multiply facts until their meaning is smothered and thinking paralyzed, consists of a succession of concrete representations that are set in motion, not so much by an inner thought activity as by the changing stream of sense perceptions. It's an interesting way of defining it. I mean, it's not exactly wrong, but it's also like saying that they don't have their own ideas, but she's then simultaneously saying that they're making formulas.
Yeah. So what
yeah.
they do is they'll kind of go to Walmart and just buy ideas instead of make them themselves, kind of.
Yeah.
Then they just put them together like Legos.
I mean, they kind of do that, but I think they do it like because they're conductors anyway. They do it like over time. You know what I mean? Like they have a good understanding of what works. They have a good process-oriented cognition. And so, and also they tend to be adjusted to the intellectual expectations of the time as well too. Like it's almost like scholarly versus like being a what's it called when someone has like occult knowledge or like obscure knowledge? They're called a what's the word? A polymathic, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's more TI. All right, so what's she say about introverted thinking? Is fed from subjective and unconscious roots archetypes. Okay, so there's like an overlap with NI by her own definition, right? And Jung did this too, where he kind of conflated introverted thinking and introverted intuition together. Hold on. Depends upon the abstract idea as the decisive factor and values facts chiefly as illustrated proofs of the idea. That's exactly what Jung said. Relies on the thinker's powers of observation and appreciation and use of the inner wealth of inherited experience for soundness and value. Okay, that's a little okay. Has its goal formulating questions, creating theories, opening up prospects. This is almost word for word what Jung said. Yielding insight and finally seeing how external facts fit into the framework of the idea. That is word for word what Jung said. This is borderline plagiarized.
Oh, it's not borderline. They crossed the well, they cited him eventually, but it's plagiarized pretty much. But they cited
Yeah. Seizes upon the similarities of the concrete case, dismissing irrelevancies, has a tendency to neglect facts or to coerce them into agreement with the idea. Yep, Jung said that too. Selecting only those that support the idea, consists of the inner thought activity tied loosely, if at all, to the stream of sense impressions, which are dimmed by the vividness of the stream of inner impressions. Okay, so this is a conflated definition. In other words, there's aspects of both TI and NI in this to try to make it whole. So she doesn't really understand TI. And that doesn't surprise me because I actually think she was FINE.
All right. So we found that introverted intuition was the introverted intuition, which was what we were looking for before.
Right. All right. Let's see what she says about this. Uses the objective situation in the interests of the inner understanding, regards the immediate situation as a prison from which escape is urgently necessary, and aims to escape through some sweeping change in subjective understanding of the objective situation. Receives its impetus from outer objects, but is never arrested by external possibilities, being occupied rather by searching out new angles for viewing and understanding life. That's pretty vague. Maybe creative in any field, artistic, literary, scientific, inventive, philosophical, or religious. Finds self-expression difficult, finds its greatest value lies in the interpretation of life and promotion of understanding. That's a very interesting add-on. Okay, I think I know what she did. Requires the development of balancing judgment, not only for the criticism and evaluation of intuitive understanding, but to enable it to impart its envisions to others and bring them to practical usefulness in the world. So she thought, I believe it was Myers.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So she thought she was NIFE, but she really was FINE. And you can see how that definition conflates NI and FI. And this is why we see all the time in MBTI that you have these FI leads that think they're NI leads, and you have TI leads that think they're NI leads. And you don't have NI leads, though, that think they're one of the JI people, TI or FI. So that tells me there's like something wrong with the definitions, and we're kind of seeing that. What about introverted sensation? She probably made it as boring as possible.
Yeah, let's go up.
Yeah.
There we go. We had it.
Okay. Suppresses as far as possible the objective element of the sense impression. Wait a second.
Yeah, introverted sensing, yeah.
Oh, okay. Values the subjective impression released by the object rather than the object itself, of which the individual may hardly be aware. Sees things highly colored by the subjective factor, the impression being merely suggested by the object and coming out of the unconscious in the form of some meaning or significance. Okay. Leads to ideas through the activation of archetypes. What? Seizing the background of the physical world rather than its surface, develops attention as very selective, guided wholly by the inner constellation of interest, so that it is impossible to predict what outer stimulus will catch and hold attention. Develops an extremely eccentric and individual inner self, which sees things other people do not see and may appear very irrational. Is this? Wait a second. Is this one introvert intuition?
That said, nope. It says introverted sensing.
This doesn't seem like introverted sensing. Something's fucked up here. Hold on a second. Develops. All right. Must be balanced by extroverted judgment, or it makes a silent, inaccessible person who wholly uncommunicative with no conversation except conventional banalities about the weather and other collective interests. What the fuck? Let me go back and read some of that again. One second.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. This is like fucking my mind up because I'm like seeing this like blending of everything. All right. See things highly colored in the subjective factor. Okay, fine. The impression being merely suggested by the object and coming out of the unconscious in the form of some meaning or significance. Okay, that sounds colored by FI. Now go down. Leads to ideas through the activation of archetypes. Seizing the background of the physical world rather than its surface. Develops attention that's very selective, guided wholly by the inner constellation of interest, so that it is impossible to predict what outer stimulus will catch and hold attention. This seems more intuitive to me. And then she just does a flip. Develops an extremely eccentric and individual inner self which sees things other people do not see and may appear very irrational. Again, conflated more with like feeling. Okay, must be balanced by extroverted judgment. Okay. Yeah. Well, all PI needs to be balanced by extroverted judgment. Or it makes a silent, inaccessible personality wholly uncommunicative with no conversation except conventional banalities about the weather and other collective interests. But like, why lead it? Why why say all that and then lead it to there? It's just fucking weird. That is a weird definition. It's hardly a definition.
Maybe if we read actual sensitive context, maybe it makes more sense.
All right. Suppresses, as far as possible, subjective element of the sense. Wait a second. Oh, the subjective element. Okay, sorry. Values the object sensed rather than the subjective impression at which the individual may hardly be aware. Sees things photographically, the impression being one of concrete reality and nothing more. Okay. The primrose by a river's brim is simply a primrose. Leads to concrete enjoyment, seizes very, very fully the momentary and manifest existence of things, and that only develops attention that is riveted by the strongest stimulus, which invariably becomes the center of interest, so that life seems to wholly under the influence of accidental outer happenings. Yeah, a very undeveloped one is like this. Develops a pleasure-loving outer self, very rich in undigested experiences and unclassified knowledge of uninterpreted facts. Must be balanced by introverted judgment, or it makes a shallow, wholly empirical personality with many superstitions and no morality except collective conventions and taboos. I mean, yeah. I mean, like, the hedonistic variety of extroverted sensation is like that, but not all of them.
Yeah, because the other ones are balanced by the introverted judgment, I guess.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, they all need to be counterbalanced by what is opposite in every way. But here's the thing, that auxiliary function is wholly subordinate to the aim of the dominant, right? Like, especially early on. So it's like, so you have extroverted sensation, directed consciousness, and JI might have a what do you call it? Like a grievance against the exploration, but if they're SE lead, they'll just ignore it. Where if they're JI lead, they'll just ignore the sensation. So that's how the two balance each other out. And usually, and the only way they actually really do come into balance is when they have the third. So now they have both factors of judgment counterbalancing consciousness. So yeah, I mean, look, her definitions are not much better than Jung's, and they're not much different. And Jung did a pretty good job being the first person to try to define these, but like they're not great definitions. Like, they just aren't.
Why Manuel leave? Because he disconnected. Manuel come back.
Look, Hank, I'm gonna run because I gotta go eat dinner. But that'll get more people back in here. I'm like hated by the community. I'll pop on next week.
It's got nothing to do with you, man. Thanks for jumping on.
I want to get stuff done. The community go screw themselves if they don't want us to get stuff done. We're getting to the bottom of these definitions.
We'll finish it next time. I actually have to go help someone.
Thanks for coming, Jay.
Yep.
Later.
Peace.
Yeah, I'm about trying to figure out what stuff means. Get the definition straight so we can get some stuff done. I don't care if I get views or get panelists. I want to get stuff done, and actually going to the source material and reading it if we understand what we're talking about is getting stuff done.
Fair. That's fair. What's up, Manuel? Forget what we were talking about.
We were talking about subjective romance or artificial romance, I suppose. And
Artificial
beliefs and all that good stuff.
Yeah. Where were we going with though? What were we trying to answer?
What I was trying to get with that is Basically, if the greater world is really just a mirror, then how are we to resolve the fact that we all have differing beliefs? Which the only, I think, and Memo would agree, is that we have to accept that differing beliefs exist. But I don't think that is going to happen because that's just not what people want.
People want everyone to have the same beliefs?
I think they want everyone to have their beliefs.
I mean, that's a very juvenile desire to have, and yeah, I'm sure a lot of people have that.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I
So,
don't need everyone to have my beliefs, but just be crazy over there. It's not a big deal.
right, but that's you, not John in Wyoming.
No, he's cutting out. Back?
Take that as a no.
Now
You're
you're
there?
back,
No, he's back.
Uh,
and he's gone.
I was like, I said,
And he's
oh.
keep going.
That's you, Hank, but not John in Idaho, Boise, Idaho. Yeah.
So what's John gonna do? He's gonna make me use Windows again? You
Yeah.
can prime an operating system from a cold dead hands, Johnny.
Anyways, yeah, that's just something I've been processing and what that means for me.
Yeah, cool. Thanks for sharing.
No.
Yeah, it's
Well,
good.
Yeah, I need a
Well, have you?
pirate flag banner. I'm gonna look for one. I'll put in my, and we're gonna look for one. Maybe I'll make one. I'll make one.
Yeah, I mean that some beliefs are more useful than other beliefs, I think. Like some beliefs end up being better than others in many cases.
Yeah, I can. We
Yeah,
can give an
you
example.
could definitely refine beliefs, make them more accurate.
For example, there was a guy named Rocket Man. He was a pancake planeteer, and he wasn't up to date on the physics, and he blew himself up in his experiment. So,
Right.
so if he believed
He
in
had bad
physics
belief.
more, he could be alive still.
Right. He had bad beliefs, yeah. Yeah, so there's definitely a whole mechanics to belief. It's not just like a, you know what I mean?
A woo-woo thing.
Yeah, there's a mechanics to it.
I would agree with that. Also, what happened to Annie?
Yeah, so I don't think it's as simple as being like same beliefs, different beliefs.
Well, that would then lead to like doctrines and laws and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
and that's where it's like, okay, well, I'm not totally sure how to go about this because no one's gonna agree on what that doctrine should be, even if we had math to tell us what that should be.
Yeah, locking it into a specific, locking it into something with not letting it be part of the conversation, not letting it evolve and get better, but just locking it into something primordial or simple.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's a question of governance. So there's like three ways you can go about. You can let people vote, or you can have a dictatorship, and there's another way I forgot. I need to look that up.
It's just like that, Hank.
Also, are you sick, Ben? You sound sick.
No, just chilling.
Oh.
Not sick. How about you?
No, I'm not sick either. Just alive, unfortunately.
Why, unfortunately?
I mean, let's be real. This is all gonna end in death. So
I haven't died a single time yet.
That's true.
good for you. Good for you.
Except for in your game, you die every time.
Well, that was that one game. It's a rage game. It's also induced rage in you. But you want to see me play it now? Yeah, that could be a rage.
No, I'm good. Well, I think we're good.
I'd be willing to watch if you played that Dragon Ball game.
Budokai Taikeiji 3, which one?
It was a 2D one that honestly just looked like 2D Dragon Ball.
Fighters or Super Sonic Warriors, both of those are pretty good.
I think you said you were making a 3D version, or you would like to make a 3D version.
Oh yeah, I remember that game. Yeah. Let me get that. That you were talking about Hikai.
But yeah, going back to laws and doctrines and whatnot. I think if anything, I think that's what finding your words, binary cognitive mechanics would lead to. But I don't think anyone's ready for that conversation.
Yeah,
ready.
we're ready for it.
I'm ready. I want to see.
What would it lead to? What do you think it'll lead to? Same beliefs?
Not same beliefs, but a system of governance.
System of governance. Okay. How do you connect the two?
Well, I think just the fact that it's all based on, well, yeah, mechanisms. And if there's a mechanism, then that should imply that there's a greater system. And how they work together, how they bounce off one another. And so if that's the case, then you could make a mathematical model, I'm assuming, or some kind of AI, whatever, that could constantly run all these numbers and keep it all in balance. And then and basically predict what action should be taken and whatnot, and regarding certain issues and whatnot. But then that means that we'd have a law or a doctrine that's dictating everything. But again, I don't think people would be.
Yeah, my problem is these are only just 3 dimensions that we're talking about, or 8 dimensions or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So like balancing those are nice, but what about all of everything else that needs to be balanced? And what about, like, you're balancing things for a purpose, right? When you have a control system, you're trying to get to 60 kilometers per hour. So you're balancing the system in order to get to an outcome, a specific purpose. So if you're going slower than 60, you're balancing it by pushing gas. And if you're going faster than 60, you're balancing it by pushing brakes a little bit.
I
See what
see
I'm
where
saying?
Manuel's getting at. If we get the chatbot smart enough, we can have fully automated luxury gay space communism. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. That's what he's talking about. Yep.
Yeah, precisely.
It's just put in a different way, but yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I don't think it's as simple as balancing a system. It's also because you're balancing it for a purpose, and it's also selecting that purpose.
The system or the people?
The system, the job of the system is just to get to an outcome.
Right.
And so choosing the outcome is also, it's a different system. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All of the balance comes into getting to that outcome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Regardless, I think it's still something that people aren't ready for.
Yeah. Okay.
Or, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but what do you
I
think?
guess we had to find some test subjects.
I mean, my channel's full of things that people aren't ready for.
That is true too.
Yeah.
Which I think that's why Thanos, quite honestly, was right. But
All right.
Thanos may have been right, but the monster was twice as right.
Yeah. Why only half? Why not a quarter?
why not quit?
By half, but then we can get the whole pie.
Wait, are you asking me, or are you saying
Yeah.
that rhetorically? Oh, well,
No,
I mean,
we'll ask you seriously. It's more fun that way.
oh well, I think he was right in Endgame, not Infinity War, which is that he just gotta get rid of life in general. So
Mm.
well, I think that'd be the easy solution. But
Solution to
obviously,
what problem?
to what problem? To existence.
Unexist.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Go ahead. You can do it.
Don't worry, I already tried twice. Obviously, I'm still here.
I'm holding out for things to get better. I'm optimistic.
I see. Also, I just realized I had just admitted to that on the internet, so that's great.
Well, we'll just say it was a bit non-bit. That's how Pussy Paul gets away with it.
Okay. Also, no one's really showed up today, have they? Or at least not
I hear no one.
Well, it's hot out, so they're probably trying to get a suntan. But we got some stuff done. We got a lot of business done today.
Also, the end. Like I was about to bounce.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, well. Then I'll go ahead and go bounce, so you can bounce.
No, but Hank, you can hang with Hank and watch him play his game.
Oh, are you willing to do that, Hank?
No, if we're good on the typology, I can just start another stream. Do you know where my channel is, Manuel?
No, I don't.
Okay, let me link to my channel. I've got posts as you, Benjamin, too, so everyone can find my channel. I already linked back to your channel from my channel, so they can go in both directions.
Sweet.
In fact, I always link to your channel from my channel. I say it's a mainstream. Your stream's the mainstream. Then mine's just a side stream. And you get top billing on my side of the YouTube. I said Benjamin Sardik's Tuesday Hangout because it is. It's
Sweet.
his bill.
All right. All right. So we'll end it here then.
All right.
Yeah.
Later, guys.
All right,
Later.
see you, Ben.